Chapter 2626, 2626 Arriving at the Battle Kingdom. 2626 Arriving at the Battle Kingdom. You're right, fellow Taoist. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament nodded slightly and replied. In reality, even without the persuasion of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma, he could not have rushed to the Fiend domain to destroy Tianhuang's sect just to vent his anger. Tianhuang's sect definitely had backing to be able to stand strong in the Fiend domain for so many years. Ever since Fiend Emperor Apocalypse appeared, he swept through the Fiend domain and conquered endlessly. However, he did not touch Tianhuang's sect. That was a little interesting. Of course, it could be explained that Tianhuang's sect was located at the borders of the Fiend domain and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse did not fancy it. However, there was another possibility. Perhaps there was some faction or person backing Tianhuang's sect that made Fiend Emperor Apocalypse feel wary. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament had lived for millions of years and was 10 times older than Zen Master Huiyuan and the other immortal kings. What had he not seen before? How could he not understand that Zen Master Huiyuan was trying to kill with a borrowed knife? Since Heavenly Lord Six Brahma also stood in to persuade him, he did not insist and went along with the flow. To think that there were also traces of people from the witch world in today's incident? Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament's gaze was dark. Although he could not attack the witch world because of this, he was still prepared to head to the witch world to see if he could find any clues. At that thought, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament cupped his fists towards Heavenly Lord Six Brahma before turning to leave. He tore through the void and vanished. Everyone, please disperse. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma looked at the immortals and monks of the two domains and said with a smile. In the eyes of everyone, although Heavenly Lord Six Brahma was an emperor, he did not have the arrogance of one and was very approachable. He was unlike Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament who had a condescending attitude the entire time. The cultivators expressed their thanks once more. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma nodded slightly. Before leaving, his gaze seemed to brush past Su Zimo's face inadvertently before turning to leave, disappearing at the end of the firmaments. After the two emperors left, the immortals and monks present heaved a sigh of relief. In the face of the two emperors, even immortal king experts would feel an ubiquitous pressure. This was the might unique to emperor experts. The might of an emperor was not to be offended. One could only be considered as the peak existence of the upper world after cultivating to the emperor realm. They looked down on the world and ruled over millions of living beings. Initially, the cultivators of the two domains were delighted to be able to escape. However, before long, the joy in everyone's hearts faded and they had conflicted expressions. The 9 firmament meet held by the two domains this time round was a complete failure. Initially, the 9 firmament meet was meant to select the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat of the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings. To think that the two ranking lists would end up benefiting someone else. The so-called Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat became stepping stones for someone else's notoriety, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain. Shi Wunyan had just become the Supreme Arhat when he was killed by a single punch from Desolate Marshal. For people such as Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, they met with extremely tragic fates as well. Not only did Meng Yao lose to the Zither Fiend of Tianhuang's sect in the Zither Dao, her appearance was even destroyed and could never be repaired. It could be said that Meng Yao had lost everything she once had at this 9 firmament meet. Her glory, her Zither Dao, her appearance and everything that made her proud were trampled beneath the feet of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain. As though she had lost her soul, Meng Yao had a lost expression and hollow eyes as she followed the crowd of Mountain Sea Immortal sect like a walking corpse. There was no longer anybody surrounding her as the center of attention. In fact, many fellow sect mates of Mountain Sea Immortal sect revealed looks of disgust and they saw the menacing scar on her face and hid far away instinctively. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's outcome was even worse, he was struck by countless remnants of eternal damnation. Even if he could survive, it would be a fate worse than death. At the Nine Firmament meet, the cultivators of the two domains were initially high-spirited. The paragons and monster incarnates of the perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings were even more vigorous. To think that such a beautiful scene would be shattered by someone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the cultivators of the two domains were a little despondent. They were not the only ones, even the Immortal King experts present felt bitter. In fact, Immortal King Qing Yang and the others did not even want to recall the scene earlier on. The immortals and monks of the two domains, more than 20 supreme immortal kings and more than 100 ordinary immortal kings were defeated by Desolate Marshal alone. Among the cultivators of the two domains, a few of them had different moods compared to others. Yun Zhu had a relaxed expression. Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and seemed to have thought of something with a faint smile. Why didn't someone as decisive to kill as Desolate Marshal kill me? I've already comprehended level 8 of the 9 palace subtle steps. How did he dispel it instantly? Jun Yu's eyes were still filled with confusion. Lin Lei could not help but lament, to think that Desolate Marshal would be stronger than he was in Langfeng City in just 2,000 years and have grown to such an extent. Prior to this, Lin Lei had a sliver of hope that he would be able to challenge Desolate Marshal one day. However, after today, that thought no longer crossed his mind. If you're in no hurry to return to the academy, why don't you head over to my place to rest? Immortal Queen Ling Long sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo. I happen to have something I want to talk to you about. All right. Su Zimo agreed hurriedly. I can pay a visit to Senior Human Monarch too. Su Zimo informed Mo Qing before following Immortal Queen Ling Long and the others to teleport back to the Battle Kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. After arriving at the Battle Kingdom, Immortal Queen Ling Long dispersed some of the cultivators of the Battle Kingdom before returning to the palace with Lin Lei, Lin Luo, and Su Zimo. The two of you should head back and rest first. Immortal Queen Ling Long said to Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Mother, Lin Luo, and I have yet to greet father. Lin Lei frowned and glanced at Su Zimo at the side, muttering internally. Why was his mother so polite to Su Zimo? There's no need for that today. You guys can rest first and come back tomorrow. Immortal Queen Ling Long sent Lin Lei and Lin Luo away first before saying to Su Zimo, thank you for saving Lei'er and Luo'er previously. Only when he saw that there was no one else around, Su Zimo asked, right, how are Senior Human Monarch's injuries? Immortal Queen Ling Long hesitated for a moment before shaking her head gently and sighing. Indeed, it had not worked. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Back when he gave Lin Luo the Soraka fruit, he had also vaguely guessed that the Soraka fruit and 9 Revolution Soul Return Elixir alone might not be able to heal the human monarch's injuries. That's also the reason why you led the group personally this time round, right? Su Zimo continued. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. If I hadn't appeared this time round and stayed in the Battle Kingdom, others would definitely know that the Battle King's injuries have yet to recover. My appearance at the 9 Firmament meet this time round can at least negate the suspicions of many factions. Chapter 26-27, 26-27 Entering Greater Avicii once more. 26-27 Entering Greater Avicii once more. Before long, Immortal Queen Ling Long brought Su Zimo to a chamber. The chamber was filled with an immortal fog and a strong medicinal scent. Through the thick fog, one could vaguely see a figure sitting in a lotus position on the bed, cultivating. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Su Zimo recognized human monarch Lin Zhan right away. Compared to when he was in Tianhuang mainland, the human monarch did not look much different. However, unlike the peerless glory and sharpness he possessed in the battle in Tianhuang mainland, the human monarch at that moment looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Lin Zhan closed his eyes and frowned slightly, as though he had fallen into a critical juncture that could not be resolved. Su Zimo did not disturb him and merely waved it off to Immortal Queen Ling Long. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded somewhat apologetically and guided Su Zimo to the other side to rest. Avicii. The martial Tao prime body was domineering and invincible at the nine firmament meet. He was able to condense a grotto heaven and suppress the immortals and monks of the two domains before escaping unscathed. It was practically a perfect situation. However, at that moment, beneath the Mara mask, the expression of the martial Tao prime body was a little grim. He recalled something. Earlier on, when he broke through beneath the builder tree and condensed his grotto heaven, he suddenly sensed tremendous danger. At that time, no one on the battlefield could threaten him. The sense of danger came without any warning and disappeared rapidly. Even with his spirit perception, he could not determine the origin. At that time, he was surrounded by 19 supreme immortal kings and did not think too much about it. Now that he recalled the fleeting sense of danger after calming down, the martial Tao prime body felt a vague sense of uneasiness. Did it originate from the mysterious expert that hid in the void and killed immortal King Long Night? Or did it come from Heavenly Lord Six Brahma who descended later on? Or was it some other powerful existence that he could not predict? The feeling was way too terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the first time he had felt such a strong sense of danger since the birth of the martial Tao prime body. Even when he faced Fiend Emperor Apocalypse back then, he had never felt such a strong feeling. The martial Tao prime body pondered in Avicii for a long time without any clues. Under the builder tree, his combat strength increased exponentially after transforming into a grotto heaven. Right now, the martial Tao prime body was already interested in heading to the great wilderness. Back then, before Daiyu mended the heavens, she noticed a sentence he wrote at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and praised, "What boldness! You're comparable to me. I'll wait for you in the upper world. I hope that you can break through the mountains and rivers of the upper world and meet me again." Those were the final words left for him by Daiyu. And now, the martial Tao prime body had cultivated to this point. In terms of his martial Tao realm, he was not a king yet. However, he made use of the variable true martial Tao body to condense a grotto heaven, allowing him to gain control of the grotto heaven realm first through another pathway. Given his current strength, although he was not at the point where he could break through the mountains and rivers of the upper world, he was already qualified to head to the great wilderness to look for Daiyu. However, the martial Tao prime body was in no hurry to move. He still had many questions about Avicii and wanted to find an answer. All these years, he had often cultivated in seclusion in Avicii. He possessed the hell suppression tripod. Apart from Greater Avicii, he could roam freely in the various lesser hells and was long familiar with every single corner of this place. However, the martial Tao prime body could not understand why Great Emperor Infinite created Avicii back then. Was it to suppress the fiends? Indeed, there were many powerful living beings buried in Avicii. However, none of them worthy of this much attention from Great Emperor Infinite. The true core of the infinite hell was Greater Avicii in the depths. Legend has it that Greater Avicii was transformed from the flesh of Great Emperor Infinite. What sort of opponent would cause Great Emperor Infinite to come this far and even sacrifice himself to create a hell with his own flesh to suppress? What happened back then? Did this have anything to do with the legendary Fiend Lord who wreaked havoc in the Trichiliacosm? All sorts of questions lingered in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Before heading to the great wilderness, he was prepared to explore the core and depths of the infinite hell, Greater Avicii. All the answers might be in Greater Avicii. Back then, he was thrown into Greater Avicii by Emperor Bosun and was trapped within, tortured. If not for the arrival of the Green Lotus true body, the martial Tao prime body would never have been able to escape. Now, he controlled the hell suppression tripod and could into a grotto heaven. His combat strength was sufficient to suppress supreme immortal kings. That was enough for him to explore Greater Avicii again. Apart from the hell suppression tripod, he carried the soul lantern with him. Furthermore, in the tomb of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, the soul lantern burned many ghost immortals and the oil was long filled. Once ignited, it could sustain him for a long time. Even if he encountered any danger in Greater Avicii, he could retreat at any moment with the Hell Suppression Tripod and Soul Lantern in his hands. At that thought, the martial Tao Prime Body summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and held it in his hands. In a flash, he crossed layers of space and arrived above Greater Avicii. There was a gigantic pitch-black vortex beneath that resembled a door in the middle. It was bottomless and emitted a shuddering aura. Behind the door, it was as though malevolent ghosts were wailing and specters were flickering. The scene of him being thrown into the Avicii Gate by Emperor Bosun flashed through his mind. At that time, he was forced into Greater Avicii. But this time round, the martial Tao Prime Body took the initiative to head to Greater Avicii to find the answer. The martial Tao Prime Body carried the Hell Suppression Tripod and leaped. Previously, it was as though countless pale arms were dragging him into Greater Avicii. This time round, he held the Hell Suppression Tripod in his hands and the pitch-black vortex beneath stopped. The Avicii fiend chi dispersed rapidly, revealing a passage. The Hell Suppression Tripod was the Emperor weapon of Great Emperor Infinite after all and was the key to Avicii. The martial Tao Prime Body passed through the Avicii Gate and returned to Greater Avicii. The strange and terrifying feeling surfaced once more. After entering Greater Avicii, his five senses and spirit perception were completely lost. Although he had already controlled the power of a grotto heaven, the martial Tao Prime Body could not see anything in Greater Avicii. Here, there was no darkness or light and everything was unknown. He could not sense the passage of time and seemed to be floating in midair. He had nowhere to exert strength and could not sense the existence of space. Unlike the previous time, he held the Hell Suppression Tripod in his hands this time round. The hellfire that was enough to cause one to fall into endless pain did not descend on him. The martial Tao Prime Body could not sense the direction and could only walk forward instinctively. The surroundings were silent without a single sound. Even his footsteps could not be heard. After a long time, the martial Tao Prime Body still did not discover anything. As he had expected, he possessed the Hell Suppression Tripod and did not encounter any danger in Greater Avicii. However, he gained nothing as well. Should he continue walking aimlessly or should he leave? Just as the martial Tao Prime Body was hesitating, a commotion came from the depths of the unknown darkness or chaos on his left. Chapter 2628, 2628 Netherworld Treasure Mirror. 2628 Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The martial Tao Prime Body turned around suddenly with a grim expression. He propped his Hell Suppression Tripod in front of him as a shield and his figure was faintly visible, prepared to transform into a grotto heaven at any moment and release his full strength. However, before long, the martial Tao Prime Body relaxed. The commotion over there was not a living being, but a will. After walking in Greater Avicii for so long, this was the first time that the martial Tao Prime Body sensed the existence of something else, even if it was just a will. The owner of that will had existed in Greater Avicii for a long time. After it appeared, it released immense hostility towards the martial Tao Prime Body. It tried to shake the Tao heart of the martial Tao Prime Body and released various terrifying scenes in the consciousness of the latter, be it temptation, intimidation or threat. The martial Tao Prime Body stood on the spot motionlessly and allowed the will to cast its arts nonchalantly. Such tricks were of no threat to the martial Tao Prime Body. It was just a remnant will without any material power and there were limited methods it could release. The martial Tao Prime Body had a calm expression and there was no contempt or mockery in his eyes, only sadness. The owner of that will must have been a top-tier expert who ruled over a region in the past and was comparable to a great emperor. Otherwise, there was no way Great Emperor Infinite would sacrifice himself to create this hell with body and suppress that person here. The martial Tao Prime Body had endured endless pain in Greater Avicii. The so-called infinite hell did not merely refer to the infinity of space, time and suffering. It was also an infinite cycle. The moment one fell into a Vici, they would suffer infinite pain without any pauses. There was also infinite life. From a certain perspective, living beings that fell into a Vici were almost immortal. Unless Greater Avicii was destroyed, the living beings here would have to endure pain forever and would never be free. There was also infinity of self. Be it living beings with flesh and blood or just souls, every single inch of those bodies and souls would endure infinite pain. How strong was this expert who was comparable to a great emperor back then? However, after falling into Greater Avicii and enduring the pain and torture for a long time, there was only a remnant will left. The fact that it could now only release such low-level tricks against the martial Tao prime body was admirable. When the remnant will saw the martial Tao prime body wielding the hell suppression tripod, it must have regarded him as the successor of Great Emperor Infinite. That was the reason why it was so hostile. However, the remnant will pose no threat to the martial Tao prime body. Who are you? The martial Tao prime body attempted to ask. However, he realized that there was no sound when he spoke and the other party could not hear him. Even if the other party truly said something, he would not be able to hear it. This was Greater Avicii. All sounds or spirit consciousness voice transmissions were useless. There was no way to communicate. Because of the appearance of that will, the martial Tao prime body decided to continue exploring ahead. When the martial Tao prime body decided to leave, the remnant will revealed a pleading expression and wanted the martial Tao prime body to stay. Over a long period of time, while enduring endless suffering, the owner of this will was also enduring loneliness and pain. There was no sound, space, time or other life. There was only endless pain and torture. The martial Tao prime body ignored it and continued forward. After a long time, another will sounded from the depths of hell on his right. The martial Tao prime body could vaguely tell that this will was different from the previous one. However, similarly, this will was also extremely hostile towards the martial Tao prime body and released some low-level tricks to threaten him. The martial Tao prime body was unmoved and continued forward. A long time later, a third will did not appear. He walked in the empty Greater Avicii for a long time but only two remnant wills appeared fleetingly. Even after the martial Tao prime body lingered here for long, he gained nothing. Even if he encountered the two remnant wills, they could not communicate and he did not obtain any useful information. His surroundings were vast and there was no light or darkness. Under such circumstances, even if I continue, I'm probably not going to find any answers. The martial Tao prime body sighed gently. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly took out the soul lantern from his storage bag. After transforming into a grotto heaven, the martial Tao prime body could already defend against the powerful suction force on the essence spirit and soul when one's body came into contact with the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body released an essence spirit fire and ignited the soul lantern. The soul lantern lit up and a ball of light appeared in Greater Avicii. Light lit up and darkness accompanied it. Initially, there was no light or darkness in Greater Avicii. However, as the soul lantern was ignited, the surrounding chaos turned into darkness and was gradually purged. There was a 10 feet radius of light around the martial Tao prime body. That bit of light made him feel slightly relieved. Right then, the flames that were initially burning vertically in the soul lantern suddenly deviated slightly in a direction. The martial Tao prime body focused his gaze. It was as though the flames of the soul lantern were guided in that direction by some power. In Greater Avicii, the martial Tao prime body had already lost all sense of direction and merely continued forward. But now that he obtained the guidance of the soul lantern, he was invigorated. No matter what, the abnormality of the soul lantern was at least a clue. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and strode in the direction indicated by the flames of the soul lantern. After a long time, the footsteps of the martial Tao prime body gradually slowed down and he looked at the ground not far away with a confused expression. Initially, the soul lantern was the only source of light in Greater Avicii. However, another light shone on the ground not far away. The martial Tao prime body walked over and focused his gaze. Half of an ancient mirror-like object was buried in the dust on the ground. The light he saw earlier on was reflected by the ancient mirror through the light emitted by the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment before squatting down and taking out the half of the ancient mirror from the sand. The ancient mirror had been buried in Greater Avicii for a long time but still looked intact. The mirror shone with a strange blood color, giving off a sinister aura. This ancient mirror buried in Greater Avicii was definitely not an ordinary item. Furthermore, it was a treasure from the era of Great Emperor Infinite. The martial Tao prime body held the ancient mirror and touched it with his palm. There seemed to be some marks on the back of the ancient mirror. He flipped the ancient mirror over. There were a few words etched on the back of the ancient mirror. Netherworld Treasure Mirror. Chapter 2629, 2629 Living Being. 2629 Living Being. The martial Tao prime body attempted to release his spirit consciousness and swept it across the netherworld treasure mirror. However, apart from a sinister and cold feeling, he did not discover anything else. No matter how he tried, even when he released the power of the grotto heaven, there was no reaction from the netherworld treasure mirror. The martial Tao prime body stood up and intended to put away the netherworld treasure mirror first before continuing to explore in the direction of the flames of the soul lantern. However, he suddenly realized that the netherworld treasure mirror could not be placed in his storage bag. Although the storage bag was open, there was an irreconcilable resistance between it and the netherworld treasure mirror. The martial Tao prime body did not dare to throw the unknown ancient mirror into his consciousness casually either. After pondering for a moment, the martial Tao prime body placed the netherworld treasure mirror in his embrace first and raised the soul lantern before continuing in the direction indicated by the flames. After a long time, a tall silhouette vaguely appeared in the darkness ahead. When he approached, the martial Tao prime body was shocked to discover that what stood before him was a desolate and lonely ancient city. There was an ancient city in the depths of Greater Avicii? The ancient city did not have city walls. The entrance of the ancient city was like the mouth of an ancient behemoth. It was deep and dark within and one could not see the path ahead. The martial Tao prime body hesitated for a moment before heading into the ancient city. The ancient city was silent and there was no life on both sides of the street. However, after entering the ancient city, the despair, pain and suffocating atmosphere in Greater Avicii seemed to have vanished. The ancient city seemed to be a world of its own, isolating the city from Greater Avicii outside. The martial Tao prime body held the hell suppression tripod in his left hand and the soul lantern in his right as he walked along the street. There was nothing on the empty street except for his faint footsteps. After a while, the martial Tao prime body seemed to have reached the end of the street and gradually slowed down. In an empty space at the end of the street, an ancient well was erected, looking a little abrupt. The martial Tao prime body scanned his surroundings and only headed towards the ancient well after discovering nothing. By the time he arrived at the edge of the ancient well, the flames of the soul lantern had returned to normal. It was as though the ancient well before him was the endpoint guided by the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head and glanced into the ancient well. It was dark inside, sinister and lifeless. His spirit consciousness entered the ancient well and vanished instantly like a rock entering the sea. The martial Tao prime body leaned over slightly and extended the soul lantern into the ancient well slowly, wanting to see if he could discover anything. Right then, a voice sounded from behind him. It was extremely close. "What did you see?" "Pust." The body of the martial Tao prime body froze and he felt a chill run down his spine, shocked. That voice was not a remnant will within Greater Avicii. The martial Tao prime body could truly sense that there was indeed someone standing behind him. A living person. In fact, he could even sense the breathing of the person behind him. How was that possible? How could there be anyone alive in this ancient city in the depths of Greater Avicii? Furthermore, he had clearly scanned carefully earlier on and there was no life in the surroundings, let alone a living being. In fact, he did not even know when this person arrived. How did this person appear behind him? That voice sounded familiar. However, the voice appeared way too suddenly and strangely. The martial Tao prime body was shocked and did not think too much about it. His spirit perception did not give him any warning. It was all right to assume that the intruder was not hostile towards him. However, there was another possibility: the intruder was strong enough to hide from his spirit perception. The martial Tao prime body did not escape right away. If the person behind him truly wanted to attack him, there was no need for him to say anything. The martial Tao prime body was completely unprepared. The martial Tao prime body turned around slowly and held the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern horizontally in front of his chest, on guard. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked when he turned around and saw who it was with disbelief in his eyes. "Senior, it's you." A realization flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. It was no wonder why that voice sounded familiar. The person standing before him was the long-browed old monk known as the Tomb Keeper from the backyard of Azura Monastery on Great Tai Wei Mountain. The martial Tao prime body did not have much interaction with this old monk who guarded the tombs. Back then, the two of them had met once. The martial Tao prime body could vaguely sense that the old monk was extraordinary. Later on, the Green Lotus true body, Yun Zhu and Mo Qing left Avicii and were hunted by 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. At that time, the old monk guarding the tombs was the one who killed more than half of the 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. To be precise, the old monk did not attack at all. A single sentence from him was all it took for a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries to die. He glanced at another heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries and that heavenly king died on the spot. Out of the 8 heavenly kings, only 3 of them escaped in time by hiding in Avicii, allowing them to escape from the hands of the old monk. However, at that time, the martial Tao prime body presided over Avicii, so the 3 heavenly kings could not escape the fate of death in the end as well. Thereafter, he had not heard any news of the old monk. He had asked Yun Zhu about it but to no avail. Although the old monk looked like he was at the end of his road and could exhaust his lifespan at any moment, his strength was frightening. The martial Tao prime body had not expected to see this old monk again in this ancient city of Greater Avicii. He only managed to get through Greater Avicii and arrive here thanks to the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern. How did the old monk manage to get here? Even emperors might not be able to leave alive if they were trapped in a lesser hell outside, let alone Greater Avicii. Could this old monk that guarded the tombs be a great emperor? That thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body and he was shocked. However, he calmed down before long. There was no way he was a great emperor. According to his understanding, ever since great Emperor Longevity passed away, there had not been a great emperor born in this generation. If someone had truly become a great emperor, the news would have long spread through the trichiliocosm. "Senior, why are you?" The martial Tao prime body had many questions in his mind and could not help but ask when he saw that the old monk was not hostile towards him. However, before he could finish, the old monk suddenly reached out with his skinny palm and pushed towards his chest. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. He watched helplessly as the skinny palm of the old monk pushed towards him. However, his body no longer seemed to be under his control and he could not move at all. Even with the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern in his hands, it was useless. What was this old monk trying to do? Was he trying to kill him? Why? In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Chapter 2630, 2630 Loss of Connection. 2630 Loss of Connection. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the skinny palm of the old monk had already slapped the chest of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body could not move at all and was prepared to die here. Given the strength of the old monk, even if he had a grotto heaven and a perfected true martial Tao body, he would not be able to withstand a palm strike as such. However, the martial Tao prime body did not feel any pain when the old monk's palm descended. To be precise, the old monk merely nudged him gently. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body was standing at the edge of the ancient well. After being pushed by the old monk, he lost control of his body and balance, falling head first into the dark and sinister ancient well. The figure of the martial Tao prime body was devoured by the darkness, and he was falling into an endless abyss. The surrounding ancient city and ancient well seemed to have vanished instantly. The old monk was the only one still around. Arriving at the edge of the dark abyss, the old monk looked down at the falling martial Tao prime body. He smirked slightly, revealing a mysterious smile on his wrinkled old face. A strange look flashed through the depths of the old monk's hazy eyes. The next moment, the martial Tao prime body was completely devoured by the darkness and could not see anything. At the same time, he lost connection with the Green Lotus true body completely. Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Battle Kingdom. Human Monarch's Chamber. Enshrouded by the immortal fog, Su Zimo shuddered and clenched his fists instinctively. Suddenly, he stood up with a furious expression. When the martial Tao prime body entered Greater Avicii, the Green Lotus true body's attention had always been on the martial Tao prime body. After the martial Tao prime body refined the hell suppression tripod, it was equivalent to him controlling Avicii. Even though the martial Tao prime body was in Avicii and had even entered Greater Avicii, the two true bodies could still sense one another. Therefore, the Green Lotus true body knew everything that the martial Tao prime body experienced in Greater Avicii as though he was experiencing it personally. That was the reason why the Green Lotus true body lost his composure when the martial Tao prime body was pushed into the dark abyss by the old monk. He had completely lost the connection to the martial Tao prime body. Su Zimo's expression was terrible. The martial Tao prime body had just condensed a grotto heaven and the perfected true martial Tao body. In fact, he even had a direction for the dermic formulation for the next realm of the martial Tao. To think that he would encounter such an undeserved calamity in Greater Avicii and his fate was unknown. Su Zimo had not expected to encounter the old monk in the depths of Greater Avicii. Less than that, he had not expected the old monk to push him into the dark abyss without a second word. Right then, Su Zimo felt something strange and looked over instinctively. Not far away, human monarch Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long were looking at him with worried expressions. His mind was focused on the martial Tao prime body earlier on. It was only now that Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and recalled that he was in the chamber of the human monarch. I'm Su Zimo of Tianhuang Mainland. Greetings, senior human monarch. Suppressing his emotions, Su Zimo took a deep breath and bowed. Lin Zhan nodded slightly. Immortal Queen Ling Long had a worried expression, as though she could tell that something serious had happened to Su Zimo. She asked gently, "Are you all right?" "It's fine." Su Zimo forced a smile. Even if he revealed this matter, the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long could not do anything about it. Even emperors could not come out of Greater Avicii, let alone the human monarch who was severely injured and minor grotto heaven immortal Queen Ling Long. "How long have I been here?" Su Zimo noticed that human monarch Lin Zhan had already woken up from his recuperation and realized that quite a bit of time must have passed. "It's been 7 days. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "We saw that you seemed to be immersed in a certain state and was experiencing something. As such, we did not disturb you." Su Zimo sighed internally. To think that although the trip of the martial Tao prime body to Greater Avicii seemed short, 7 days had passed. Indeed, the passing of time could not be experienced in Greater Avicii. "Seniors, have you heard of the Tomb Keeper?" Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked. The human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long recalled carefully with lost expressions. They exchanged glances and shook their heads slowly. Su Zimo had expected this. Even Yun Zhu, who read the ancient books and was well versed in history, did not know the Tomb Keeper. It was understandable for the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long to not know as well. Senior human monarch, how are your injuries? Su Zimo asked again. No matter what, the human monarch's current injuries were caused because he disregarded everything and forcefully descended to Tianhuang mainland in the past, back when the human race of Tianhuang mainland met with a calamity. Lin Zhan waved it off and smiled in a carefree manner. After obtaining your 9 revolution soul return elixir and Soraka fruit, I've recovered a little, and my combat strength has also recovered to the Grotto Heaven realm. My life is not in danger. Although the human monarch did not say it explicitly, Su Zimo could tell. His combat strength was probably only at the minor Grotto Heaven realm at the very most and was far from his peak. The human monarch smiled. Don't worry about me. I'm long used to being haunted by these injuries in the upper world all these years. On the other hand, you're truly shocked me in Ling Long ever since your ascension. In less than 10,000 years, your green lotus true body has already cultivated to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. As long as there's a suitable opportunity, you can condense a Dao fruit at any moment and advance to the perfected one realm. Also, that true body of yours with the title of Desolate Marshal is even more powerful. You wreaked havoc at the Immortal Peach Banquet of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, and the battle in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain shocked the world to its core. It's unfortunate that I did not get to witness it personally. What a pity. Human monarch Lin Zhan was all smiles as he praised Su Zimo with a gratified expression. All these years, he had been plagued by injuries as well, internal and external troubles in the Battle Kingdom. He was worried all day and barely smiled. Right now, seeing Su Zimo was the happiest thing that had happened to him in recent years. On the one hand, it was rare to see an old friend from Tianhuang mainland, and he felt extremely close. On the other hand, he was relieved that a junior from Tianhuang mainland managed to rise rapidly and become famous in the heavenly world. Back then, the reason why he endured the risk of being severely injured and forcefully descended was because he wanted to make use of Su Zimo's body to fight against the monarchs of the various races. That process was equivalent to him leaving his dermic Dao to Su Zimo. Before leaving, he even passed down the position of the human monarch to this young man back then. Even human monarch Lin Zhan did not expect that the young man back then would be able to make such a name for himself in the heavenly world after ascending to the upper world. Bring me wine. Emotional and excited, the human monarch waved his hand. Immortal Queen Ling Long pursed her lips and smiled. She said with bravado, I've prepared it a long time ago. Count me in, we'll drink to our heart's content today. Unfortunately, we're missing Brother Feng. The human monarch shook his head gently with a regretful tone. Immortal Queen Ling Long took out 3 jars of strong wine and left one for herself before sharing the other 2 with the human monarch and Su Zimo. Chapter 2631, 2631 Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. 2631 Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. The 3 of them drank heartily before Su Zimo calmed down slightly. He then gradually let go of the matter of the martial Dao prime body. It was useless even if he thought about it. Back when the martial Dao prime body fell into Greater Avicii, he lost contact with the martial Dao prime body. However, at that time, the Hell Suppression Tripod was in the hands of the Green Lotus True Body. After the Green Lotus True Body entered Avicii, he established a new connection with the martial Dao prime body and saved the latter. This time round, the Hell Suppression Tripod and Soul Lantern were both with the martial Dao prime body. Given the current cultivation of the Green Lotus True Body, he would definitely die if he entered Greater Avicii, let alone save the martial Dao prime body. The only thing that made Su Zimo feel slightly relieved was that before the martial Tao prime body fell into the dark abyss, the old monk revealed a mysterious smile. That smile did not seem hostile or murderous, as though there was a deeper meaning. Previously, when he lost contact with the martial Tao prime body, he at least knew where the latter was. However, this time round, he did not know where the martial Tao prime body went. Furthermore, this time round, there was probably no one who could help the martial Tao prime body. Whether the martial Tao prime body could survive and return safely depended on his own fate. At the mention of Feng Cantian and Tianhuang's sect, they could not help but talk about the situation in the Fiend domain. Lin Zhan said deeply, because of the existence of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, it might be difficult for Tianhuang's sect to gain a foothold in the Fiend domain in the future. Immortal Queen Ling Long added, it said that Emperor Bo Sun has reappeared in this generation as well. In the future, these two Fiend Emperors will definitely fight in the Fiend domain. Tianhuang's sect should look for a way out lest they get embroiled in the flames of war between the two Fiend Emperors in the future. At the mention of Emperor Bo Sun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He recalled a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time and asked, legend has it that Fiend Emperor Apocalypse was an emperor expert from tens of millions of years ago. How did he manage to survive till this era? The human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long were both immortal kings after all. They definitely knew more about the cultivation realms and powers of emperors compared to him. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, be it great emperors or emperors, their lifespans are similar and are almost always around 10 million years. In the records, only great emperor longevity managed to live for 20 million years, and that's already unprecedented. Although Fiend Emperor Apocalypse is strong, he can't have lived for tens of millions of years. Pausing for a moment, Immortal Queen Ling Long said, I'm more inclined to think that Fiend Emperor Apocalypse had in fact died tens of millions of years ago. However, he was resurrected in this generation using some heavenly defying dermic formulation. Resurrection. When he heard that, Su Zimo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that he had neglected an extremely important piece of information. Suddenly, Immortal Queen Ling Long asked, Zimo, apart from us, did you know any other experts of the upper world before you ascended? Experts of the upper world? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the human monarch couple, Dai Yu was the only other expert of the upper world he knew before he ascended. I know someone indeed. Su Zimo nodded and did not hide anything. However, she's not in the heavenly world. She's in the great wilderness. Back when Senior Human Monarch descended, I even asked him about her but to no avail. Lin Zhan smiled. I'm only an immortal king of the green firmament immortal domain after all. I've only been to the great wilderness once and don't know much about it nor the many experts there. Back in the lower worlds, Su Zimo asked the human monarch about the name, Dai Yu. Later on, before Dai Yu mended the heavens, she told him that even in the upper world, there were less than 5 people who knew that her name was Dai Yu. Dai Yu even told him that if he were to ask anyone else, he might as well ask about the blood butterfly of the great wilderness. At that thought, Su Zimo asked again, Senior Human Monarch, have you heard of the blood butterfly of the great wilderness? At the mention of those words, human monarch Lin Zhan was not the only one, even immortal Queen Ling Long's expression changed. Blood butterfly? Lin Zhan asked with a grim expression, Demon Empress blood butterfly? I think so. Su Zimo said. Back then, before King Yunyu's clone died, he begged Dai Yu for mercy and intermittently mentioned something about the blood butterfly and Empress. He was probably trying to call her name, Demon Empress blood butterfly. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded and said, there's only one blood butterfly of the great wilderness. She's famous in the great wilderness, right? Su Zimo probed. In reality, he could roughly guess that from the reactions of the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long. It's not just in the great wilderness. Human monarch Lin Zhan shook his head gently and lamented, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly is one of the most renowned and strongest emperors in the entire upper world. The experts of the upper world might not have heard of the immortal emperors of the various immortal domains, but they have definitely heard of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. I once heard Immortal Emperor Green Firmament personally mention that among the emperors of the upper world, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly has the highest potential and is the closest to being a great emperor. So strong. Su Zimo was secretly speechless and surprised. He had long imagined that Dai Yu was definitely extraordinary in the upper world. However, he did not expect her to be so strong. Immortal Queen Ling Long added, the butterfly race is innately weak. Even though the monarch butterfly lineage appeared, they can't compare to other powerful living beings. However, the rise of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly changed the status of the butterfly race among the 10,000 races single-handedly. It's precisely because of her existence that other living beings don't dare to underestimate the butterfly race. At the mention of that information, Immortal Queen Ling Long's tone was filled with admiration and longing. Even her initially calm eyes rippled. Su Zimo was emotional as well. It was as though the figure in blood-red robes had appeared before him once more. She was invincible in Tianhuang mainland and killed all the witches in Tianhuang mainland with a single palm strike and a peerless bearing. He could not imagine how magnificent Dai Yu's past was. Immortal Emperor Ling Long continued, what's even rarer is that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly is a woman with shocking talent. She doesn't give in to anyone. I admire her immensely. If I can even reach 10% of her in the future, that'll be enough. Su Zimo burst into laughter. From the looks of it, Immortal Queen Ling Long clearly viewed Dai Yu as a role model and a target to chase. Furthermore, Immortal Queen Ling Long had not even seen Dai Yu before. It was clear how much influence Dai Yu had in the upper world. Su Zimo recounted how Dai Yu made use of her bloodline phenomenon to descend upon Tianhuang mainland and resolve the calamity of the witch race before mending the heavens to leave. This was the first time the human monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long had heard of this, and they were even more shocked. Lin Zhan said, back when I forcefully descended, I realized that I might leave behind a huge hidden ailment for Tianhuang mainland. To think that she was the one who stepped in to resolve it. Chapter 2632, 2632 Who is the mastermind? 2632 Who is the mastermind? Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled as well. So, there's such an expert backing you. Seems like the information back then should have come from this Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. Su Zimo did not really understand what she meant and asked instinctively, what information? Immortal Queen Ling Long said, back when you ascended, King Yunyu tried to kill you. The reason why I could arrive in time was because I obtained a piece of information in advance. Otherwise, there was no way I could have divined the precise time and location of your calamity given my methods and capabilities. Su Zimo's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes. Immortal Queen Ling Long did not notice it and sighed gently. Sigh, unfortunately, Lin Zhan was injured back then. Although I arrived, I was still a step too late and caused you to lose a true body. I don't know why Demon Empress Blood Butterfly did not appear personally back then. If she had, she could have crushed King Yunyu with a single finger. Lin Zhan shook his head gently. I heard that the situation in the Great Wilderness is rather chaotic and the flames of war are endless. There are a few demon emperors with terrifying strength. For some unknown reason, even Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was severely injured in the past. 12 demon kings under her lead suffered immense losses and more than half of her territory was snatched. In recent years, even after Demon Empress Blood Butterfly's domineering return, she has yet to recover her lost territory completely. She must be too busy handling everything personally. As the two of them conversed, they suddenly realized that Su Zimo, who was at the side, had been silent the entire time and looked terrible. Lin Zhan thought that Su Zimo was worried about the situation in the Great Wilderness and consoled him, "Don't worry, Zimo. Given the current strength of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, no one should be able to hurt her." Su Zimo was not worried about Daiyu. As the human monarch had said, given Daiyu's strength and methods, there was no need for him to worry. Furthermore, he was not strong enough right now and could not help much even if he headed to the Great Wilderness. He was thinking about something else. Immortal Queen Ling Long had just told him that she only managed to arrive in time back then because she received a piece of information. She thought that the information came from Daiyu. However, given Su Zimo's understanding of Daiyu, there was no way it was done by her. How strong was Daiyu? She was someone who was unwilling to owe anyone favors. As such, why would she send a message to the human monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long to ask them for help? If Daiyu wanted to save him, there was no need for her to beat around the bush. That was not Daiyu's style of doing things. That style reminded Su Zimo of something else. Back when he killed Prince Yuanzhua in Absolute Thunder City and searched the latter's soul, he saw an image in the latter's memories. Initially, Prince Yuanzhua did not know where he was. It was because he suddenly received a letter that he knew that Su Zimo was taking part in the Immortal sect selection and could recognize his appearance after changing. The styles of handling things in both events were way too similar. Su Zimo thought of that right away. At the same time, it confirmed a speculation in his mind. However, that speculation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Su Zimo had once thought that the moment he arrived at the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, it was as though a pair of invisible hands had appeared behind him, manipulating his fate and guiding his every move. And now, Su Zimo suddenly realized that the invisible hands might have already set a plan in motion from the moment he ascended. "What's on your mind, Zimo?" Immortal Queen Ling Long noticed that Su Zimo did not look too good and asked again. Su Zimo said slowly, "Senior Ling Long, the information you received shouldn't have been from Demon Empress Blood Butterfly." "It wasn't Demon Empress Blood Butterfly?" Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned slightly and asked, "Who was it then?" Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo did not hide anything from the human monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long and recounted everything that happened in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. This included how he offended Prince Yuanzhua, participated in the Immortal sect selection and eventually joined Heaven and Earth Academy after some twists and turns. After hearing that, the expression of Immortal Queen Ling Long turned grim as well. It was clear that there was a problem. Lin Zhan was in disbelief and frowned. Someone has been manipulating things ever since he ascended? What's the person's motive? The complete creation Green Lotus. Immortal Queen Ling Long said slowly, "There's only one creation Green Lotus in the entire world and it's the most mysterious treasure with unimaginable potential. Throughout history, it has been extremely difficult for the creation Green Lotus to grow. Now that the creation Green Lotus has fused with Su Zimo in this generation, the conditions for it to grow are even more stringent. If Su Zimo is suppressed and imprisoned in advance, no matter what methods he uses, as long as Su Zimo is unwilling, he won't be able to grow the creation Green Lotus to its final mature state of grade 12. The best way was to give Su Zimo sufficient opportunities to cultivate and grow on his own. When he grows to the mature state of grade 12, he will finally make a move to pluck it. That way, he can obtain the greatest benefits." Through Su Zimo's recount, Immortal Queen Ling Long deduced many things. All of them coincided with Su Zimo's previous speculation. Su Zimo was unwilling to believe it the entire time because this speculation would definitely point to a single person in the end. The sect master of the academy. Without that speculation, Su Zimo was indebted to the sect master of the academy through a life-saving grace. Back at the Immortal sect selection, if not for Yang Ruoxu's persistence and the timely appearance of senior sister Mo Qing, he would have been killed by Zither Immortal Meng Yao. It was also because of the shelter of Heaven and Earth Academy that he could temporarily escape the threat of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Later on, when he obtained rank 1 of the Earth ranking and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy, he encountered an inexplicable assassination attempt. At that time, things were resolved after the sect master of the Academy stepped in personally. Up till now, Su Zimo could not be sure if he was the target of the assassination attempt or if it was someone else. However, no matter what, the sect master of the Academy had indeed saved them. Thereafter, he condensed the 10th step on the Tao Heart Stairs. The sect master of the Academy appeared and accepted him as an in-name legacy disciple, even giving him a teleportation talisman. It was also because of this teleportation talisman that he could escape back to Heaven and Earth Academy with Tao Yao from the chaotic situation in Langfeng City. Later on, he headed to Absolute Thunder City alone and burned it to ashes. He killed many Heaven Immortals and even Prince Yuanzhua, alarming the Immortal King of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. At that time, the matter was also resolved after the sect master of the Academy stepped in. Furthermore, after that incident, the sect master of the Academy spoke to him and did not hide the fact that he already knew the secret of the creation Green Lotus. It was because of that conversation that Su Zimo's suspicions towards the sect master of the Academy decreased significantly. If the sect master of the Academy truly coveted his Green Lotus true body, why would he be honest with him? Chapter 2633, 2633 Technique Reserve. 2633 Technique Reserve. However, all the clues pointed to the sect master of the Academy. Or rather, it was someone from Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because back at the Immortal sect selection, Su Zimo's initial intention was not Heaven and Earth Academy, but Mountain Sea Immortal sect. However, because of the appearance of Prince Yuanzhua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao, a huge change happened at the Immortal sect selection. In the end, after a few twists and turns alongside Yang Ruoxu's insistence as well as senior sister Mo Qing's appearance, he joined Heaven and Earth Academy. The entire process was filled with uncertainty and coincidence. If there was truly such a person plotting behind the scenes, it meant that this person had long divined all the coincidences and determined the eventual direction of the matter. What sort of wisdom was that? Furthermore, after the sect master of the Academy spoke to him, Su Zimo even specially asked senior sister Mo Qing about her appearance back then. According to senior sister Mo Qing, it was because of Elder 8 of the Academy that she rushed to the Immortal sect selection. Who was Elder 8 of the Academy? What sort of a role was he playing in between? Could it be the sect master of the Academy? Su Zimo looked at Immortal Queen Ling Long and asked softly. Immortal Queen Ling Long remained silent. The implications of this matter were extremely important. The sect master of the Academy was Su Zimo's master after all and even had a life-saving grace towards the latter. She could not make wild guesses without any evidence. I'm not sure if it's the sect master of the Academy. Immortal Queen Ling Long said in a deep voice. However, the sect master of the Academy is able to divine the heavenly secrets, the human heart, fate and karma. He does have the ability to set such a plan in motion. This was no simple plan. After all, Su Zimo was not the only target, there was also Prince Yuanzhua, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Yang Ruoxu, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, Painting Immortal Mo Qing. There was even King Yunyu and Immortal Queen Ling Long. Everyone Su Zimo had seen ever since he started cultivating could have been a chess piece. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, although I'm also good at divination, I'm indeed inferior to the sect master of the Academy when it comes to divining the heavenly secrets and fate. At the very least, given my capabilities, there's no way I could have divined the time and location of your ascension. Su Zimo nodded. The 9th stone step of Heaven and Earth Academy's Tao Heart Stairs, the Wisdom Step, was condensed by the sect master of the Academy. Back when he ascended to the 9th stone step, he experienced the will of the sect master of the Academy. The impact on his Tao heart was indeed extremely shocking. The reason why he could survive the 9th stone step and condense the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs was because his two true bodies resonated and his martial Tao will descended. It was no exaggeration to claim that the sect master of the academy could plan flawlessly. Suddenly, Immortal Queen Ling Long asked, I heard from Luo'er that back in Langfeng City, you unintentionally released the 9 palace subtle steps. Have you seen such a footwork somewhere? Back when the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence, a few humanoid heavenly tribulations descended. Among them, a black-robed woman held a turtle shell in one hand and a horsetail whip in the other. Su Zimo did not know why Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly mentioned this matter. However, he still nodded and did not hide anything. Upon hearing Su Zimo's description, the eyes of Immortal Queen Ling Long lit up. Su Zimo continued, this black-robed woman's combat strength is terrifying and she once used this mysterious footwork. It was extremely enigmatic and left a deep impression on me. Later on, in Langfeng City, I released it by a stroke of inspiration. Indeed. Immortal Queen Ling Long murmured softly before asking with a smile, do you know who the black-robed woman you saw was? I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, the era of this black-robed woman might be more than 1 billion years ago or even billions of years ago. No matter what, she should be the oldest great emperor in the records of the upper world. It was another great emperor. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Back then, Demoness Ji told him that the white-robed woman with a long sword that the martial Tao prime body saw during the 10th tribulation was a great emperor in the past. Great Empress 9 Nether. If this black-robed woman was once a great emperor as well, that meant that the few people the martial Tao prime body saw when he underwent tribulation transcendence should be great emperors who had left traces of Dharmic Tao in the upper world. Immortal Queen Ling Long continued, the black-robed woman you saw was Great Empress 9 Heaven's mystic maiden. She once left behind a Dharmic Tao inheritance in the upper world. It's a taboo mystic classic called the Technique Reserve. Taboo mystic classics were extremely rare and only great emperors could leave behind taboo mystic classic inheritances. For example, although Emperor Bosun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse were strong, their Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra and Apocalyptic Fiend Sutra were only comparable to taboo mystic classics at most and were not at the level of actual taboo mystic classics. The Technique Reserve is all-encompassing, including divination, geomancy, destiny, phenomenon, dream interpretation, auspicious choice, astral interpretation, astronomical phenomenon, talisman, everything. There are a total of 3 sections to the Technique Reserve, starting with Primordial Unity. The remaining 2 sections are Chiman Duanjia and 6 Ren Divine Calculation. Back then, I obtained this opportunity at the same time as the sect master of the academy. We were both chosen by the Dharmic Tao of Great Empress 9 Heaven's mystic maiden, but we received different inheritances. The sect master of the academy received Chiman Duanjia while I received 6 Ren Divine Calculation. In terms of divining heavenly secrets, fate and offensive techniques, Chiman Duanjia is superior. The Dharmic formulation of the 9 palace subtle steps is hidden in 6 Ren Divine Calculation. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Immortal Queen Ling Long would suddenly mention this matter. So, there was such a relationship between her and the sect master of the academy. The reason why the sect master of the academy was superior to her in terms of divining fate was because he obtained Chiman Duanjia of the Technique Reserve. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, Senior, you just said that there are 3 sections to the Technique Reserve. Who obtained the inheritance of Primordial Unity? According to Immortal Queen Ling Long, Primordial Unity was the first of the 3 sections in the Technique Reserve. Therefore, it should be even more mysterious. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, the Dharmic Tao of Primordial Unity has a unique origin and it was not passed down. Neither I nor the sect master of the academy obtained it. Pausing for a moment, Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly took out an ancient turtle shell from her storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. Back then, when you saw the turtle shell in the hands of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, this should be what it looked like, right? Su Zimo focused his gaze and nodded. The size of the turtle shell and even the patterns on it were identical to the one he had seen in the hands of the black-robed woman. From the looks of it, the weapon of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden had already been passed down and was obtained by Immortal Queen Ling Long. Right then, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He thought of the other weapon in the hands of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, the jade-handled horsetail whip. It was completely identical to the primordial unity horsetail whip in his possession. Furthermore, the primordial unity horsetail whip carried the words primordial unity. There was also the primordial unity section in the technique reserve. Was there a connection between the two? Chapter 2634, 2634 Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. 2634 Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled gently. If I'm not wrong, the primordial unity horsetail whip of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden should be in your possession. Yes. Su Zimo did not hide anything and asked bluntly, Senior, may I ask if there's a connection between the primordial unity horsetail whip and the primordial unity section of the technique reserve? Yes. Immortal Queen Ling Long first gave a definite answer before asking again, did you obtain any secret skill sutras when you obtained the primordial unity horsetail whip? Indeed, there's a sutra called the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. The two sections add up to less than 600 words. Su Zimo said, however, the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra is filled with strange runes and I can't understand a single word. To be precise, the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra was a lineage memory that Su Zimo obtained when he stood on the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs and sorted out the heavenly secrets. As though he thought of a possibility, Su Zimo could not help but ask, could the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra be the first section of the technique reserve, primordial unity? Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled. Yes and no. Su Zimo was puzzled. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, back then, Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden only obtained the primordial unity horsetail whip after she obtained the creation green lotus and nurtured it to the mature state of grade 12. Of course, she also obtained the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Immortal Queen Ling Long's words revealed another piece of information. The creation green lotus was extremely ancient and had already existed in the era of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Immortal Queen Ling Long continued, in reality, the later two sections of the technique reserve, Chimen Duanjia and 6 Ren Divine Calculation, were created by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. The first section, Primordial Unity, was the Dharmic Tao comprehended by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden through the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. The technique reserve was only at the level of a taboo mystic classic after Primordial Unity was added to it. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and probed, Senior, do you mean that the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra is at an even higher level than Primordial Unity? Of course. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. Different people might obtain different Dharmic Tao comprehensions after reading the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. According to Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, although the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra only has slightly more than 600 words, it contains endless secrets of the universe. Anyone who can comprehend a secret skill from it will benefit endlessly. If even the oldest Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden in the records had such a high evaluation of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, what was the background of the creation green lotus that gave birth to the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra? Su Zimo was secretly speechless and his heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he could not accept such overwhelming information. A moment later, he gradually composed himself and took out a white paper from his storage bag, prepared to write out the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra completely. What are you doing? Su Zimo had just written a few runes when Immortal Queen Ling Long stopped him hurriedly and asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo said, "I don't recognize the strange runes on the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, so I'm going to write them down to receive your guidance, Senior." Immortal Queen Ling Long said carefully, "You have to think carefully. Once you write down this secret skill, I'll naturally see it as well." Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. "Both of you have saved my life before. It's nothing much for me to share the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. In fact, it would be best if you can comprehend the primordial unity section from this secret skill, Senior." In reality, back in Heaven and Earth Academy, when Su Zimo stood on the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs, he realized that the sect master of the academy should know about the strange runes. However, in the depths of his heart, he had always been wary of the sect master of the academy. Therefore, right from the beginning, he had not mentioned this matter to the sect master of the academy or sought guidance from the latter about the strange runes in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. However, Su Zimo naturally had no doubts about the human monarch couple. All right. When Immortal Queen Ling Long saw that Su Zimo had already decided, she nodded in agreement and was a little excited. After all, this legendary sutra was extremely important to her as well. As Su Zimo had said, if she could comprehend the primordial unity section from it, it would be of immense help and advancement to her. Before long, Su Zimo recorded all the strange runes in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra based on his memories on the white paper and handed it to Immortal Queen Ling Long and the human monarch. Lin Zhan waved it off with a bitter smile. "This is utter gibberish to me and I can't make tales of it. It's indeed these words." Immortal Queen Ling Long murmured softly with a grim expression. "What words? What race are they from?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm not sure." Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head. "The first time I came into contact with these words was when I received the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden. These words don't seem to be from any race. They seem more like an extremely ancient civilization. In fact." At that point, Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly paused for a moment before saying slowly, "In fact, it might even be from the major Kiliacosm." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He knew very little about the major Kiliacosm. If Immortal Queen Ling Long's deduction was true, the origin of this Yin Yang Talisman Sutra was huge. Relying on her inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden, Immortal Queen Ling Long quickly transformed the strange runes of the secret skill into modern words. Su Zimo looked over word by word. "Observe the Tao of the heavens and execute accordingly. Through that, fulfillment can be achieved. There are 5 negative attributes manifested in the heart and those who derive them shall thrive. The universe is within grasp and myriad transformations arise within oneself." Every single sentence seemed to contain some secret of heaven and earth and the logic of the great Tao. However, Su Zimo could not make out anything within a short period of time. The Yin Yang Talisman Sutra only had slightly more than 600 words and he browsed through it before long. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed. He saw some passages in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra and read it out instinctively. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Wah! Su Zimo was shocked. He was way too familiar with those 3 sentences. Those 3 sentences were the opening profoundness of the 3 great sword arts. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "Senior, have you ever heard of anyone in the sword world who once obtained the creation green lotus?" "There was one." Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. "It's said that this person nurtured the creation green lotus to grade 11. The most famous thing about this person is the 3 great sword arts he created alongside a peerless divine power that shook the entire Trichiliacosm." Su Zimo nodded. There was no mistake. In that case, this expert of the sword world had once obtained the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and comprehended the three great sword arts from this secret skill sutra. It was no wonder why Immortal Queen Ling Long would say that different people would comprehend different dharmic daos from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Chapter 2635, 2635 Meaning of Creation. 2635 Meaning of Creation. This Secret Skill Sutra. Human Monarch Lin Zhan looked at the 600-odd words that Immortal Queen Ling Long had already translated on the white paper with a grim expression and shock in his eyes. Right now, Su Zimo was a grade 9 heaven immortal. Given his current cultivation realm, it would be difficult for him to comprehend anything even if he saw the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. However, it was different for the human monarch. He had long condensed a grotto heaven and became an immortal king. Given the human monarch's talent coupled with his experience and insight as an immortal king, he could see many obscurities in those 600-odd words. Although there are only slightly more than 600 words, every single word contains the utmost truth of the great Tao. The more you try to figure it out, the more you can understand its intricacies. Lin Zhan looked at Immortal Queen Ling Long and lamented, "It's no wonder why you said that this Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra doesn't seem like something from the upper world and might be from the Major Kiliakosm instead. I'm afraid only the legendary Major Kiliakosm can nurture such an exquisite dharmic Tao." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Senior human monarch, back when you forcefully descended, you were injured by the heaven and earth laws. Will this Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra be of any help to your injuries?" "I'm afraid it'll do more than just help," Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. "If I can comprehend something from it, not only will my injuries heal, I might even gain an unimaginable opportunity." "That's great," Su Zimo said with a smile. Immortal Queen Ling Long was delighted as well. In reality, the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra's help towards the human monarch's injuries was even greater than the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir and Siraka Fruit. The human monarch's injuries were caused by the heaven and earth laws. The only way to heal the essence spirit's injuries was by comprehending some secret of the heaven and earth laws. Actually, there's another reason why I guessed that the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra came from the Major Kiliakosm. Immortal Queen Ling Long looked at Su Zimo before saying, "It's because based on the inheritance information that I received with the sect master of the academy back then, we could roughly deduce that there's a high chance the creation green lotus that gave birth to the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra came from the Major Kiliakosm." That speculation coincided with Su Zimo's earlier thoughts. The Ling Long Immortal King said, "Many people in the upper world have heard of the creation green lotus and know that there's only one in the entire world. However, not many people know of its true origin." The reason why Immortal Queen Ling Long knew this was because she had once obtained the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden obtained the creation green lotus and nurtured it to its mature state. However, they were too far away from the times of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Unless it was someone like Immortal Queen Ling Long who obtained Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden's inheritance, there was almost no one who had any understanding of the latter. The creation green lotus is extremely difficult to nurture. From what I know, only Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden managed to nurture it to grade 12. The Ling Long Immortal King continued, "Therefore, almost everyone in the upper world underestimated the creation green lotus and merely thought that it was a variant spirit plant of the upper world. There were many variant spirit plants in the upper world, such as the mystic frost plum tree of the divine firmament immortal domain, the immortal peach tree of the jade firmament immortal domain, the immortal willow of the green firmament immortal domain, and so on. Even in the center of the heavenly world, the builder tree was considered as a variant spirit plant. From that perspective, although the creation green lotus was rare, it was still within their understanding." Lin Zhan nodded as well. "If everyone knew that the creation green lotus was from the Major Kiliakosm, it won't be just King Yunyu attacking you. At that time, all the emperors might be tempted. Su Zimo nodded. He knew in his heart that the human monarch was not exaggerating at all. Even if the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was released, countless emperors would fight for it, let alone the creation Green Lotus. In reality, over the years of cultivation, as the Green Lotus true body grew, Su Zimo had gradually discovered the various phenomenons of the Green Lotus true body. The few powerful treasures derived were only one of them. Even in terms of bloodline, the creation Green Lotus crushed all other living beings. Back at the bottom of the malevolent blood lake in the Azura battlefield, the Green Lotus true body could even devour the bone of the white tiger sacred beast. Against a god like the Builder Tree that had lived for countless years, the Green Lotus true body had no intention of bowing down and could even forcefully absorb the life force and power of the Builder Tree. Actually, back in Tianhuang mainland, Daiyu had already told him that the potential of the Green Lotus true body might surpass the Dragon Phoenix true body. It was only after all these years that Su Zimo was truly certain. If they were at the same cultivation realm, the current Green Lotus true body was enough to suppress the Dragon Phoenix true body. Be it in terms of essence spirit, bloodline body, or many divine powers and secret skills, the Green Lotus true body had already surpassed the Dragon Phoenix true body. Even now, the Green Lotus true body had yet to grow to its peak. The Ling Long Immortal King said, although the taboo Dragon Phoenix is strong and can be considered as a top-tier powerful race that's extremely rare, it's not the only one. Actually, the losses for you weren't that significant when you ascended and met the calamity, resulting in your Dragon Phoenix true body's destruction. Everyone thinks that the creation Green Lotus's foundation lies in the Green Lotus. However, in reality, the true strength of the creation Green Lotus lies in the word creation. Why creation? Su Zimo murmured softly. The word creation is the most obscure and mysterious. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, the creation Green Lotus stole the creation of heaven and earth. Although the opportunities and encounters you obtained seemed like coincidences, they were all within the creation process. Up till this point of your ascension, you must have obtained countless opportunities to be able to cultivate to this point within 10,000 years. These are all for the creation of your fate. Although your Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed, your Green Lotus true body could inherit the many divine powers and secret skills of the Dragon Phoenix true body perfectly. In other words, even the Dragon Phoenix true body became one of your creations and became a part of the Green Lotus true body. That was the terror of the creation Green Lotus. In fact, it inherited everything about the Dragon Phoenix true body almost perfectly and turned it into his own creation. Lin Zhan nodded as well. I see that you have the inheritances of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos. In fact, you even have the inheritances of many living beings of the demon race. There are so many Dharmic Daos that are completely different and are even at odds with one another. The creation Green Lotus is probably the only one who can gather all of them in one body but maintain harmony. Su Zimo was enlightened. Even an expert like Emperor Bo Sun who possessed the body of a fiend and Buddha faced a problem in his cultivation. Right now, he had the Pure Jade Manual of the Immortal Tao, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra of the Buddhist Tao and the Heaven Burial Sutra of the Fiend Tao, all of them were taboo mystic classics. For the Demon Tao, he possessed the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness as well as many top-tier cultivation techniques such as the Void Thunder Manual and the secret skills and divine powers of the 4 sacred beasts. If it was any other living being, be it their physical body or essence spirit, they would have exploded long ago when those Dharmic Daos were mixed together. Only the Green Lotus true body could cultivate normally after turning the various Dharmic Daos into his own creation. Chapter 2636, 2636 Opportunity to Live Forever. 2636 Opportunity to Live Forever. Su Zimo gradually digested the information about the creation Green Lotus. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo asked, given my current cultivation, if I can condense a Dao fruit and advance to the perfected One realm, the Green Lotus true body should be able to grow to the peak of grade 12. However, if grade 12 is the peak, how will the Green Lotus true body grow after the Grotto Heaven and Emperor realms? Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled. You don't have to worry about that. I'm afraid no one in the upper world can tell you the origin, potential and secrets of the creation Green Lotus. However, it doesn't matter even if the creation Green Lotus only has 12 grades. A grade 12 creation Green Lotus is in a mature state. How you grow in the future will depend on the fate of your cultivation. For example, a child can only be considered as an adult after growing for many years. However, that does not mean that the child's strength will stop there. The mature state of grade 12 for the creation Green Lotus is only the starting point of its cultivation. You will be the one who will have to pave its future from there on. Su Zimo was enlightened. If the creation Green Lotus truly came from the major Kiliacosm, there was probably no one who could be certain about anything. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, how much do you know about the major Kiliacosm, seniors? Have any living beings of the upper world ascended there over the years? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long exchanged glances and shook their heads. Immortal Queen Ling Long pondered for a moment. The major Kiliacosm should exist. However, almost all traces of the major Kiliacosm in the books of history have been erased, so there's no way to verify it. We don't know if anyone can ascend to the major Kiliacosm either. The human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long had ascended to the upper world for hundreds of thousands of years and had both cultivated to the Grotto Heaven realm. However, even with their experience, they did not know anything about the major Kiliacosm. Lin Zhan said, since the lifespan of an emperor is 10 million years, I believe that the emperor realm is not the endpoint of cultivation. Perhaps the chance to live forever lies within the major Kiliacosm. Su Zimo nodded in deep thought. Su Zimo had benefited immensely from his conversation with the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long. Not only did he obtain a lot of information about the creation Green Lotus, he even confirmed some of his previous guesses. More importantly, with the reminder of immortal Queen Ling Long, he would be even more careful and prepare in advance to deal with the worst-case scenario. According to immortal Queen Ling Long, she and the sect master of the academy received the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Since immortal Queen Ling Long knew about the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, it meant that the sect master of the academy should know as well. In other words, the sect master of the academy might have a greater motive to attack him than King Yunyu. That was because King Yunyu merely viewed him as a variant spirit plant and a rare medicinal herb. However, the sect master of the academy might view him as the most precious treasure of the upper world. That was also the reason why King Yunyu hunted him down the moment he ascended, prepared to capture him and refine him into an immortal pill. However, the sect master of the academy painstakingly set up a plan and even appeared personally to protect him so that he could grow smoothly. That was because the higher the grade of the creation Green Lotus, the greater the help it would provide to the sect master of the academy. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was also derived from the grade 11 creation Green Lotus. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person who set this plan was indeed the sect master of the academy. Although the sect master of the academy was the most suspicious target, Su Zimo was still unsure right now. That was because there were still a few things that could not be explained. First, the person who tried to kill him with King Yunyu back then was not the sect master of the academy. It was somebody that immortal Queen Ling Long had not seen before. Since the creation Green Lotus was so important, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. If it was truly a trap set up by the sect master of the academy, there was no need for him to send anyone else. Back then, Su Zimo thought that he was just lucky that the Hell Suppression Tripod happened to devour a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure right before he was devoured by the black hole. From the looks of it, this person should have fed the Hell Suppression Tripod the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure intentionally. Second, there were too many coincidences that happened at the Immortal sect selection. However, there were no traces of the sect master of the academy involved. Although the appearance of painting Immortal Mo Qing was a little abrupt, it was because she had obtained news of Elder 8 of the academy. Third, the sect master of the academy did not hide the fact that he knew about the creation Green Lotus. That action was akin to alerting the enemy to his presence. Fourth, if the sect master of the academy valued the creation Green Lotus so much, why had he never restricted Su Zimo's movements? For example, he would definitely meet Immortal Queen Ling Long at the Nine Firmament meet. Once they met, it was inevitable for him to suspect the sect master of the academy. Since the sect master of the academy knew about his relationship with Immortal Queen Ling Long and the others, the best way was to find a random reason not to let him take part in the Nine Firmament meet and avoid meeting Immortal Queen Ling Long and the others. The sect master of the academy had never restricted his freedom. Wasn't he afraid that Su Zimo would condense a Tao fruit elsewhere and advance to the perfected One Realm, escaping from Heaven and Earth Academy forever? There were many things that could not be explained. If this was not done by the sect master of the academy, he might encounter even greater danger after leaving Heaven and Earth Academy. Even if it was truly the sect master of the academy, there was no way he could leave just like that either. There were a few other people in Heaven and Earth Academy who had a deep relationship with him. Yang Ruoxu, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Lu Ping and senior sister Mo Qing. Furthermore, Tao Yao was still in Heaven and Earth Academy. This matter was not easy to deal with. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "Why don't you cultivate here? I can set up an immortal formation for you to block aura detection. When you break through, you won't attract much attention." Su Zimo nodded. "I'll stay here for a few days. If I can comprehend the opportunity to break through, I'll do it here." If human monarch Lin Zhan's injuries were to recover, he could naturally protect Su Zimo. But now, the human monarch's injuries had yet to recover. Even with the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, it was difficult for him to gain anything within a short period of time. If Su Zimo stayed too long at the human monarch side, he would definitely alert the mastermind. At that time, there was a high chance that he would bring trouble to the Battle Kingdom. The Battle Kingdom was currently troubled internally and externally and could not withstand such an impact. Su Zimo sighed internally. If the martial Dao prime body was still in the Fiend domain, he could head over to Tianhuang sect in the Fiend domain to attempt tribulation transcendence. Even if an Immortal King expert came, the martial Dao prime body could suppress him. Even if he could not win, the martial Dao prime body could protect the Green Lotus true body and head to the infinite hell. But now, he had already lost contact with the martial Dao prime body after the latter fell into the ancient abyss of Greater Avicii with an unknown fate. The surroundings were dark and the martial Dao prime body felt his body falling uncontrollably. Be it his gaze or spirit consciousness, he could not detect anything. It felt as though he was traveling through some spatial tunnel. However, the dizziness and tearing sensation was even stronger and time dragged on. Thankfully, he did not suffer any injuries during the process. After a long time, the body of the martial Dao prime body suddenly lightened and he finally regained control. Chapter 2637, 2637 Mountain Ridges of Corpses and Bones. 2637 Mountain Ridges of Corpses and Bones. The martial Dao prime body controlled his body and stood in midair, looking around. At the same time, he released his spirit consciousness to check out the surroundings. The surroundings were dark and sinister. There were no sun, moon or stars above his head and the rare few light sources came from various strange vegetation. Some of the tall trees were pitch black with lush leaves. However, most of the leaves were pitch black. Only a few leaves emitted a faint glow from time to time. In the dark environment, they flickered and looked rather terrifying. In the darkness far away, a large shadow appeared motionlessly, as though many gigantic ancient beasts were hidden in the depths of the darkness. It seemed particularly sinister in the quiet and dark environment. On the ground not far away, there were fist-sized ghastly green flames that floated like ghost flames. The martial Dao Prime body focused his gaze and narrowed his eyes instinctively. Beneath the balls of ghost flames were scattered white bones with many slashes and bite marks. It was clear how tragic a combat battle had broken out here back then. The martial Dao Prime body sensed it briefly. Although there was also some heaven and earth essence chi in the surroundings, it was clearly much thinner than the heavenly world. Of course, it was far superior to the Dragon Abyss star. However, there was a dark and sinister power mixed in the heaven and earth essence chi that was different from the heavenly world. The martial Dao Prime body felt as though he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. Not only was this world out of place with the environment of the heavenly world, the atmosphere was even completely different from the entire upper world. Looking around, even the vegetation here was unfamiliar and strange. The martial Dao Prime body had never seen it in the upper world before. Where am I? The martial Dao Prime body frowned slightly. He sensed carefully and could tell that he had already lost connection with the Green Lotus true body. Under normal circumstances, he controlled the Hell Suppression tripod. Even in Greater Avicii, he could maintain a connection with the Green Lotus true body. After falling here, his connection with the outside world was severed completely. The martial Dao Prime body circulated the power of the grotto heaven and punched casually. The surrounding void trembled and a crack appeared, revealing a spatial tunnel within. The martial Dao Prime body entered in a flash. Before long, another void split open and the martial Dao Prime body walked out of the spatial tunnel, frowning. Something was amiss. Although he could tear through the void and teleport at any moment, he could not return to Greater Avicii, let alone the heavenly world. It was as though there was an unshakable barrier between him and Greater Avicii. How could this be? The martial Dao Prime body pondered as he surveyed his surroundings. He had just undergone spatial teleportation and had already arrived near the tall shadow he first saw. Now that he was closer, he could see clearly that the majestic shadows hidden in the darkness were endless mountain peaks. Initially, the martial Dao Prime body did not think too much about it. However, his gaze inadvertently swept past the nearest mountain peak and his pupils constricted. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain peak and there were all sorts of living beings. Apart from humans, there were also other races. How was this an ordinary mountain? It was a mountain of blood and corpses. The martial Dao Prime body released his spirit consciousness and it extended outwards continuously. Corpses were strewn everywhere in the endless mountain ridges and white bones were piled beneath. In fact, some living beings had just died not long ago and their flesh had yet to rot. The terrifying thing was that all the towering mountains and precipitous peaks within 5,000 kilometers of the martial Dao Prime body's spirit consciousness were in such a tragic state. This entire mountain ridge was filled with corpses and bones. Right then, the martial Dao Prime body could sense more than 100 cultivators speeding towards him. The group of cultivators were not surprised by the mountains of corpses and bones around them. It was as though they were already used to it and looked like they were locals. There's some activity over there. Let's go take a look. We've just taken down Weeping Soul Ridge. Let's not let the other factions take advantage of it. Sigh, the nether chi is depleted and resources are scarce. It's getting harder and harder to cultivate. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to become a Hell General in my lifetime. I'll have my own territory and lead millions of Hell pawns with countless beauties by my side. Hell General? Don't count on it. We'll be Hell pawns for the rest of our lives. Fighting and killing is commonplace in the North Ridge. It's already not bad if we can survive for a few more years. Do you think you can live long even if you cultivate to become a Hell General? Even the previous territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge was killed by our territorial lord. When the martial Dao Prime body heard that, he frowned slightly. Nether chi? Hell Pawns? Hell General? Weeping Soul Ridge, North Ridge? Weeping Soul Ridge and North Ridge should be names. However, what were the Nether Chi, Hell Pawns and Hell Generals that the cultivators were referring to? Ever since he ascended to the upper world, the martial Tao prime body had been cultivating in seclusion most of the time. However, he had browsed through cultivation techniques and secret skills of the upper world. In Avicii alone, countless legacies of the Trichiliacosm were passed down. There had never been any mention of Nether Chi, Hell Pawns or the likes in those inheritances. In the senses of the martial Tao prime body, the cultivation realms of the 100-odd cultivators varied. The weaker ones were black immortals while the stronger ones were heaven immortals. The leader should be a grade 9 heaven immortal. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body noticed that although the cultivators were in human form, there were slight differences. The pupils of those cultivators were brown. Perhaps due to the lack of light source, their skin looked pale, lacking the color of blood. The cultivators exuded a sinister and cold aura that was extremely similar to their surroundings. The martial Tao prime body had never seen such an aura in the upper world. He knew nothing about this place and was about to find someone to ask. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body welcomed the group of them. Commander Chui, how many nether stones will the territorial lord split to us now that we've taken down Weeping Soul Ridge? A cultivator in the crowd asked with a grin. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Commander Chui said indifferently. Boss, look. Someone's over there. Right then, a few cultivators pointed to a purple-robed man who was flying over from afar and reminded. What's his cultivation realm? Why can't I detect him? He's even wearing a mask, how secretive. Boss, why do I feel that this person exudes an aura of life and doesn't seem like he's from our North Ridge? He looks like a fat sheep who might have quite a number of nether stones on him. A few cultivators discussed softly. Commander Chui looked at the purple-robed man not far away and narrowed his eyes slightly, sending a voice transmission, wait for my instructions later. If he's truly a living person, we'll kill him first. If there are truly nether stones, we'll split them first. Understood. The cultivators behind him replied hurriedly and licked their lips with excited eyes. Chapter 2638, 2638 Hell? 2638 Hell? Hey, where are you from? Commander Chui glared at the purple-robed cultivator not far away and asked loudly. Where am I? The purple-robed cultivator wore a cold silver mask and asked in a deep voice instead of replying. This is Weeping Soul Ridge. Commander Chui replied. Where is Weeping Soul Ridge? The purple-robed cultivator continued asking. Commander Chui said, Weeping Soul Ridge is one of the mountain ridges in the North Ridge. There are 100,000 mountain ridges in the North Ridge. Among the 100,000 mountain ridges, Weeping Soul Ridge is one of the most inconspicuous ones. For some unknown reason, the purple-robed cultivator seemed to exude an invisible might. Each time the purple-robed cultivator asked a question, Commander Chui would reply instinctively as though he could not control himself. A commotion broke out in the crowd behind him. Commander Chui's heart skipped a beat but he snapped out of it quickly. His expression darkened as he glared at the purple-robed cultivator not far away and hollered, I was the one asking you a question. Answer me honestly and don't change the topic. Let me ask you again, where are you from? The purple-robed cultivator was silent for a moment before replying, Heavenly World. Heavenly World? Commander Chui and the 100-odd cultivators behind him were clearly stunned. But soon, Commander Chui and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this person actually said that he's from the Heavenly World? How stupid. He doesn't even know how to lie. Commander Chui, don't waste your breath on him. I think this person is just messing with us. Let's kill him first and see what treasures are in his storage bag. A cultivator could not help but urge. I'll advise you guys. Don't come sending yourselves to death. Suddenly, the purple-robed cultivator spoke with an indifferent tone. The martial Dao Prime body had just arrived and did not know anything about this place. He did not want to start a massacre after just encountering the cultivators here, and that was why he reminded them. However, if they wanted to die, he would not show mercy either. Bloody hell, he's even threatening us. A grade 8 Earth Immortal cultivator could not hold it in any longer and laughed sinisterly. Let me test how strong you are first. The moment that cultivator moved, the remaining 100-odd cultivators attacked as well. Instantly, many dermic treasures and weapons tore through the air. Half of the cultivators wielded sharp blades and charged in the direction of the martial Dao Prime body, wanting to fight in melee combat. Behind the silver mask of the martial Dao Prime body, his gaze suddenly turned even deeper. He raised his hand gently. The 100-odd cultivators on the other end, Commander Chui included, froze on the spot motionlessly. Even the many dermic treasures and weapons that were charging towards the martial Dao Prime body hovered in midair, as though they were frozen on the spot by an invisible force. Many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. What was that? Immobilizing spell? Commander Chui was still shocked. What immobilizing spell could restrict him to the spot? Could it be a peerless divine power? Could this person be a Hell General? Their territorial lord was a Hell General. However, even the territorial lord could not render them motionless just by raising his hand. Just as the many cultivators were letting their imaginations run wild, the martial Dao Prime body waved his palm gently. It was as though he was chasing away a few noisy mosquitoes. In midair, the dermic treasures and weapons seemed to have received some sort of power and flew back at an even faster speed, entering the bodies of the many cultivators. Poof! 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 The bodies of the many cultivators exploded into blood mists. The landing points of the dermic treasures and weapons were extremely precise and pierced the glabella of the cultivators. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Commander Chui was the only one left among the 100-odd cultivators. Commander Chui's face was pale and his body stiffened, shivering in fear. He could not understand how he managed to survive. The martial Dao Prime body did not say anything more to him. When he approached, he captured Commander Chui's essence spirit and used the soul-searching art. Since you guys refuse to tell me, I'll see for myself. A moment later, the soul-searching art ended and Commander Chui's essence spirit turned dispirited and dim. His aura was weak and he was at the end of his road. Thereafter, the martial Dao Prime body threw away his essence spirit in deep thought. As he had initially guessed, he had already arrived at a foreign world that was completely different from the upper world. The cultivation resources here were different from the upper world. Living beings of the upper world cultivated and absorbed heaven and earth essence chi. Apart from their surroundings, they could also use various immortal medicine, essence spirit stones and other cultivation resources to absorb heaven and earth essence chi. Although there was heaven and earth essence chi in this foreign world, there was another power mixed in it. That power was the dark and cold aura that the martial Dao Prime body sensed. This aura was mixed with heaven and earth essence chi, and the living beings of this foreign world called it nether chi. The cultivation resources required by this group of cultivators were the nether stones. As for the hell pawns and hell generals mentioned by these cultivators, those were the cultivation realms of this foreign world. In this foreign world, be it black, earth or heaven essence realm cultivators, they were all on the low end of the hierarchy and were collectively called hell pawns. One could only become a hell general after condensing a nether crystal. The so-called nether crystal corresponded to the Dao fruit of the upper world. In other words, the cultivation realm of a hell general was equivalent to the perfected one realm and corresponded to the perfected immortals, perfected fiends and perfected arhats of the upper world. Above the Hell Generals were the legendary Hell Kings who were equivalent to Grotto Heaven realm experts of the upper world. Commander Chui's cultivation realm was limited. Although he was only at the level 9 Heaven Essence realm, he was only a Hell Pawn and was at the bottom of this foreign world. He did not have much information about this foreign world. Commander Chui only knew that he belonged to Weeping Soul Ridge. Weeping Soul Ridge was only one of 100,000 mountain ridges. Even so, in Commander Chui's memories, the territory of Weeping Soul Ridge was more than 500,000 kilometers and there were hundreds of millions of living beings in the territory. The Martial Dao Prime Body was shocked when he saw that information. This was one of the most unassuming mountain ridges among the 100,000 mountain ridges, but it spanned more than 500,000 kilometers and there were hundreds of millions of living beings. In that case, what were the other mountain ridges that were even wider like? According to Commander Chui's memories, the 100,000 mountain ridges were known as the North Ridge. The master of the North Ridge was known as King North Ridge and ruled over the entire North Ridge. The Martial Dao Prime Body was disappointed that he could not find any specific information about this foreign world even after searching through Commander Chui's memories. Commander Chui's memories were limited to the North Ridge. If he wanted to know more, he might have to look for a Hell General cultivator. Hell Pawns, Hell Generals. A thought flashed through the mouth of the Martial Dao Prime Body as he murmured softly. Could I have arrived in the true Hell? That thought flashed through the mind of the Martial Dao Prime Body and his heart skipped a beat. When he recalled the dark and sinister environment around him and the mountain ridge that was filled with corpses and bones, the Martial Dao Prime Body felt that the probability of his guess was extremely high. Chapter 2639 Utter Destruction. 2639 Utter Destruction. There were extremely few records of hell in the upper world and there were only many legends about the netherworld and hell. However, no one had seen what hell was like. Heavenly Wolf had once said that living beings could not enter the netherworld. Only the souls that remained after living beings died could enter the netherworld. Was the netherworld and hell the same place? Although he obtained quite a bit of information from using the soul-searching art on Commander Chui, this foreign world was still filled with too many unknowns for the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, from Commander Chui's memories, the Martial Dao Prime Body found the center of Weeping Soul Ridge. The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge had the cultivation of a Hell General and was equivalent to a perfected immortal of the heavenly world. As such, his understanding of this foreign world was definitely even more detailed. The Martial Dao Prime Body tore through the void and teleported directly. Although Weeping Soul Ridge was only one of 100,000 mountain ridges, it occupied an extremely vast area and hundreds of millions of living beings in its territory were under the rule of a territorial lord. Before long, the Martial Dao Prime Body descended in the depths of Weeping Soul Ridge and stood in midair in the core region. Roar! The moment the Martial Dao Prime Body appeared, the roar of a ferocious beast sounded from the nearby forest. Many birds soared into the air and cried out warningly. Who's there? A holler sounded from the forest. The pitch-black ancient trees swayed and countless living beings gathered in all directions of the forest. Among those living beings, there were not only human cultivators, but also various races. Some of the living beings had human faces but gigantic bone wings behind them. Some of the living beings were dozens of feet tall with bared upper bodies and domineering auras, resembling the barbarian race of Tianhuang mainland. There were also living beings with human faces and beast bodies. They had gigantic wings on their backs and seemed to be a rare ferocious beast. Countless living beings were filled with killing intent and trampled on countless corpses. Like a black tide, they surged through the forest rapidly. Where's your territorial lord? Against the many living beings that surged over from all directions, the Martial Dao Prime Body asked with a calm expression. You think you're qualified to meet our territorial lord? The person who spoke was a variant living being. Although he had a human being, he had no facial features. The mouth he spoke from grew on his chest and his fangs were sharp. His eyes grew in the palms of his hands and he faced the direction of the martial Tao prime body with a dark gaze. This variant living being's cultivation was not weak and should be a hell general. However, according to the cultivation realms of this foreign world, this variant living being could only be considered as an elementary stage hell general and was equivalent to a convergence perfected immortal. You want to take over Weeping Soul Ridge alone? Another hell general questioned loudly. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly when he saw the formation of the living beings. He had just arrived and did not want to be too ostentatious. However, from the looks of it, it was as though the other party wanted to swarm forward and tear him into pieces the moment their conversation went south. The martial Tao prime body said slowly, "I'm from the heavenly world and don't want to fight for Weeping Soul Ridge. I want to look for your territorial lord to obtain some information about this place." Heavenly world? Many living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge were clearly stunned for a moment before sneering. "Since you said that you're from the heavenly world, don't blame us for devouring you." The mouth of the variant living being drooled and sharp claws gradually extended from his fingers. "Kill!" Suddenly, a roar burst forth from the crowd. The next moment, many living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge swarmed forward. The expression of the martial Tao prime body turned cold. He could not understand why the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge were so hostile towards those of the heavenly world. However, since those living beings had a death wish, there was no need for him to hold back. The martial Tao prime body was already being patient and gave the other party a chance by attempting to explain things. "Die!" Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body spoke and hollered, releasing a sound domain secret skill. In fact, he did not even activate the secret skill of myriad being sound. This was the simplest roar and it was purely a sound domain attack released by his body, bloodline and powerful lungs. Even so, the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge could not withstand it. Poof! 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 Outside the forest, the bodies of many living beings exploded one after another. Broken limbs flew everywhere and a blood mist spread with a torrential blood stench. The impact of the sound domain even caused the entire mountain ridge to tremble violently. Countless mountains shattered and collapsed as many gravel rolled down. Instantly, more than half of the surrounding living beings were shocked to death by the martial Tao prime body. Not only that, with a single roar from the martial Tao prime body, a massive earthquake happened in the mountains within the 500,000 kilometers of Weeping Soul Ridge. This was the power of the martial Tao prime body. Initially, the surroundings were filled with shouts and a deafening might. However, after the roar of the martial Tao prime body, the clamor of all living beings vanished instantly. There was only the loud sound of many mountains collapsing and gravel rolling down. Everywhere he looked, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Around the martial Tao prime body, there were still a few living beings standing on the spot. They were scared out of their wits and their faces were filled with shock. Those living beings were all hell generals. It was not because their cultivation realms were high enough to defend against the sound domain attack of the martial Tao prime body. It was because the martial Tao prime body had the intention of keeping them alive. The martial Tao prime body did not explain and reached out to grab. The essence spirits of the living beings were captured by him and he was prepared to use the soul-searching art. Right then, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. In the depths of Weeping Soul Ridge, a figure was fleeing into the distance behind a dust cloud. The aura of that person was much stronger than the few hell generals he had captured. If he was not wrong, the person who escaped should be the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge. The martial Tao prime body gave chase in a flash. The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge did not manage to escape far when he turned back and his expression changed starkly. The purple-robed man with the silver mask had already arrived behind him. No matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than the martial Tao prime body? The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge knew that he had no hope of escaping. A vicious glint flashed through his eyes as he spun around and reverted to his true form. He was a ferocious beast, Qiong-Chi, and he lunged towards the martial Tao prime body. Be it in Tianhuang mainland or the upper world, the Qiong-Chi ferocious beasts were living beings with powerful bloodlines. However, in front of the martial Tao prime body, this Qiong-Chi was no different from an ant. With a casual slap from the martial Tao prime body, the Qiong-Chi's brain juices splattered and its body exploded. The martial Tao prime body reached out and captured the essence spirit of the Qiong-Chi. At the same time, a cold crystal fell from the forehead of the Qiong-Chi. The martial Tao prime body took it over and took a look. If he was not wrong, this crystal should be the nether crystal, the equivalent of a Tao fruit of perfected immortals in the upper world. Chapter 2640 Frost Springs Hell. 2640 Frost Springs Hell. Be it the nether crystal or the Tao fruit, they were both extremely precious treasures. Both of them contained the dermic Taos of the living beings. In the marketplaces of the upper world, countless perfected immortal experts would fight for them. Given the current cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, this nether crystal was of no help to him. However, it was the Tao fruit of a foreign world after all. The martial Tao prime body still intended to observe it when he was free. The martial Tao prime body put away the nether crystal in his storage bag and began to search the souls of the few essence spirits that were captured. The few essence spirits were all hell generals and their understanding of this foreign world far surpassed the hell pawns. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and black chi extended from his palm, coiling around the few essence spirits as information about this foreign world surfaced in his mind. A long time later, the martial Tao prime body opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. The North Ridge that he was in, which encompassed 100,000 mountain ridges, had a vast territory that was far beyond his imagination. According to the memories of the few hell generals, the territory of the North Ridge was probably comparable to the entire heavenly world. The foreign world he was in was called the Frost Springs Hell. The hell generals did not know much about the Frost Springs Hell either. They had never left the North Ridge in their entire lives. They only knew that there were a few other territories like the North Ridge in Frost Springs Hell. On the east side of Frost Springs Hell, there was a blood-colored plain. It was said that there were no towering mountains or precipitous ridges. However, every single inch of land was dyed red with blood. Even the vegetation over there was covered in a layer of blood. In the south of Frost Springs Hell, there was a fog forest. The environment of Frost Springs Hell was dark and sinister without light. However, it was even more so in the fog forest. It was said that the fog forest was filled with traps. Any living being there, even an unassuming plant, could release a fatal killing intent. To the west of Frost Springs Hell was a dark swamp. There were very few areas of land in the dark swamp and the living environment was extremely vile, giving birth to many strange lifeforms. If one were to fall into the swamp by accident, they would be gnawed by many unknown living beings in less than a few breaths, leaving only a skeleton as they sank into the depths of the swamp. Apart from the East Plains, South Forest, West Swamp and North Ridge, there was also a large area in the middle of Frost Springs Hell known as the Central Capital. The few hell generals had only heard that information from elsewhere. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had never left the North Ridge and knew more about the situation here. Under normal circumstances, given a place like the North Ridge that had a territory as large as the heavenly world, there should be an emperor expert at the very least. However, the strange thing was that in the memories of the few hell generals, the expert who ruled over the North Ridge and was known as King North Ridge was not an emperor, but a hell king. Cultivation resources were extremely scarce in the North Ridge. Beneath each mountain ridge were nether meridians where nether stones could be mined for the living beings here to cultivate. Therefore, in the North Ridge, there would often be battles between factions or experts to fight for the nether meridians and resources. Even for a mountain ridge like Weeping Soul Ridge where there were few nether meridians, countless factions would fight for them. The mountain ridges that were filled with corpses and bones that the martial Tao Prime Body saw earlier were the many living beings that had died in the North Ridge over the years. It was no exaggeration to say that the environment of the North Ridge and even the entire Frost Springs Hell was even more cruel and bloody than the Fiend Domain of the Heavenly World. In the Fiend Domain, although there were also many factions and they were mutually wary of one another, there were also some rules. However, there were no rules in Frost Springs Hell and the North Ridge. Even a single nether stone could lead to a massacre. There was only endless killing and bloodshed here. There was only a single rule of nature here, survival of the fittest. When the martial Tao Prime Body saw that information, he understood why Commander Chui and the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge attacked him without any reservations. That was because in the minds of the living beings in Frost Springs Hell, there was only killing and fighting. Of course, the reason why the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge were so hostile to him was because he was from the heavenly world. However, in the memories of the Hell Generals, the martial Tao Prime Body could not find any information about the heavenly world. More than that, he did not know how he should return to the heavenly world. Right then, the sound of killing could be heard from the horizon not far away. The war drum sounded and it was as though a massive army was charging over from the darkness. The martial Tao Prime Body jolted awake from his thoughts and looked over, frowning slightly. Indeed, there was a massive army formed by countless living beings charging over in a dense and black mass. Their leader was clad in black armor and helmet, wielding a pitch-black spear. Beneath him rode a hellhound with 3 heads. It opened its mouth that was filled with sharp fangs and its 6 eyes shone with a dark glint. Its teeth were stained with blood and flesh. This was also a Hell General. However, the aura released by this Hell General far surpassed the few people who died in Su Zimo's hands and was even above the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge. If he was not wrong, this Hell General's cultivation realm should be at the level of a peak perfected immortal in the heavenly world. The martial Tao Prime Body focused his gaze and saw everything clearly. There was a strange rune on the Hell General's glabella. The martial Tao Prime Body had seen such strange runes somewhere before. Back then, after the Green Lotus True Body derived the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, the martial Tao Prime Body read it once. However, he could not identify the strange runes either. The rune on the Hell General's glabella was similar to the runes in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, they should be the same type of words. Immediately after, there was a beautiful woman with fair skin riding on a black divine steed. She had a beautiful figure and was half a body behind the Hell General. Apart from the man and woman, there were hundreds of other Hell Generals behind them. There were even more Hell Pawns that charged from all over the mountains and plains with hostility. The martial Tao Prime Body had no intention of dodging. From the looks of it, they were not here for him. Furthermore, given his status, even if he was in a foreign world, there was no reason for him to avoid a massive army. The Hell General in the lead rode on the 3-headed hellhound. He frowned as he looked at the ruins around him. A shocked expression appeared on the face of the beautiful woman behind him. Who did this? How did Weeping Soul Ridge that spanned 500,000 kilometers turn into such a state? Her gaze shifted and she caught sight of the purple-robed man with the silver mask not far away. Why does this person exude the aura of a living being? The beautiful woman frowned slightly. That aura was out of place with the surroundings and was extremely obvious. However, before long, she caught sight of the ferocious beast, Cheong-Chi, whose body was mostly shattered, lying in a pool of blood beneath the purple-robed man's feet. The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge was already dead. Furthermore, it seemed like he had only just died. Chapter 2641, 2641 Single Punch. 2641 Single Punch. The black-armored man rode on the three-headed hellhound and arrived before the martial Dao prime body slowly. He only stopped when he was less than an arm's length away. His actions were extremely offensive. The 6 eyes of the hellhound glared at the martial Dao prime body with a ferocious glint. Its opened mouth was right in front of the latter and was within reach. As long as its master gave the order, it was certain that it could tear the purple-robed man before it into pieces. The aura released by the purple-robed man made it feel extremely disgusted. There was no fear in the eyes of the martial Dao prime body as his expression turned cold. "Why aren't you bowing when you see me?" The black-armored man looked down at the martial Dao prime body and asked coldly. Scram. The martial Dao prime body did not waste his breath on him and merely spat out a single word coldly. The black-armored man was stunned for a moment, as though he had not expected the martial Dao prime body to dare to speak to him like that. The expressions of the dense army of hell pawns behind him changed when they heard that word. "You must be tired of living." Hundreds of hell generals released killing intents that locked onto Su Zimo instantly, ready to attack at any moment. The hellhound barked wildly at the martial Dao prime body as well. If not for the black-armored man's control, it would have lunged forward. The beautiful woman looked at the martial Dao prime body and shook her head gently, reminding out of goodwill, "This is Nether General North Black. Why aren't you coming over to greet him?" "Nether General?" The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly. When he used the soul-searching art earlier, the memories only revealed hell pawns and hell generals. If so, what were Nether generals? When the beautiful woman saw that the martial Dao prime body was still standing on the spot with a hint of confusion in his calm gaze, she could not help but say, "Don't tell me you haven't even heard of Nether General North Black?" "No." The martial Dao prime body said. His spirit consciousness had long detected that the so-called Nether General North Black before him was only at the cultivation realm of a hell general. It was just that their titles were different. Foo-foo. Nether General North Black sneered but was not enraged. He asked, "You were the one who killed the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge?" "Yes." The martial Dao prime body said. "You flattened the entire Weeping Soul Ridge single-handedly?" The beautiful woman asked in disbelief. They had just arrived and could clearly see that Weeping Soul Ridge within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers had already turned into ruins, as though a gigantic earthquake had happened. "Don't be nervous." Nether General North Black smiled gently. "I don't care about the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge, you can take over his role. However, all the spoils of war of Weeping Soul Ridge have to be handed over to me." Pausing for a moment, he said coldly, "Let me remind you not to negotiate any conditions with me. I've already spared your life earlier on. Lord North Black, are we going to let him off just like that? He did not take the initiative to come up and greet you. Earlier on, he even spoke rudely and offended you. It's too easy on him to spare his life." The hundreds of hell generals behind Nether General North Black cried out one after another with no intention of letting the martial Dao prime body off. "What are you waiting for? Agree." The beautiful woman reminded at the side. Suddenly, the martial Dao prime body laughed. To be fair, he did not take the spoils of war of the so-called Weeping Soul Ridge seriously at all and would not even mind if Nether General North Black took them away. However, he was extremely disgusted by this person's words and actions. Even in the heavenly world, it has been many years since anyone had dared to threaten him. Right. As though he was afraid that the martial Dao prime body would not understand, Nether General North Black pointed at the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge's corpse. "This beast's nether crystal has already been dug away and should be on you. Remember to hand over this nether crystal as well. Don't keep it for yourself." The martial Dao prime body said indifferently, "Let me also remind you out of goodwill. Hurry and scram." Roar. Before Nether General North Black could attack, the three-headed hell hound he was riding on could no longer hold it in. It let out a furious roar and lunged towards the Martial Dao Prime body. Noisy! The Martial Dao Prime body flipped his palm and slapped down. The palm covered the skies like a gigantic stone mill and smashed down, smashing the three heads of the hell hound. A pool of blood sludge flowed out slowly. The cultivation of this hell hound was not weak either. In Frost Springs Hell, it was a high-level hell general and had followed Nether General North Black for many years. However, for the Martial Dao Prime body, it was as simple as crushing an ant. You must have a death wish. Nether General North Black was enraged and said word by word. The Martial Dao Prime body flicked his finger gently and a sword chi burst forth at an extremely fast speed, entering the glabella of Nether General North Black instantly. Be it Hell or Nether Generals, they were equivalent to perfected immortals in the heavenly world. The difference between the two of them was way too great. Nether General North Black could not even defend against a simplest casual sword chi from the Martial Dao Prime body. However, when the sword chi of the Martial Dao Prime body touched the glabella of Nether General North Black, the strange rune imprinted on his glabella suddenly released a dark and cold power. That power seemed like it wanted to defend against the sharpness of the sword chi. However, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. The sword chi did not stop at all and entered Nether General North Black's consciousness instantly, penetrating his essence spirit. Nether General North Black died on the spot. This time round, the Martial Dao Prime body did not even retain his essence spirit to use the soul-searching art. Everything had happened too quickly. From the moment the three-headed hell hound was slapped to death by the Martial Dao Prime body to the death of Nether General North Black, less than a breath had passed. By the time the hundreds of hell generals reacted, the man and hound were already dead on the spot. Ah! The hell generals were shocked. They had not expected that Nether General North Black would be killed by a single sword chi. Less than that, they had not expected that this mysterious purple-robed man who concealed himself thoroughly would dare to attack Nether General North Black. Was he not afraid of the vengeance of the ancient Nether race? Kill him! The hundreds of hell generals reacted quickly and roared. Each of them summoned their divine weapons, dermic treasures and released a ferocious attack towards the Martial Dao Prime body. The Martial Dao Prime body could see everything clearly. In this Frost Springs Hell, the methods released by the hell generals were not much different from the divine powers and secret skills of the upper world. However, there was an additional cold power in those divine powers and secret skills. The Martial Dao Prime body was expressionless as he punched. Boom! With that punch, divine weapons, spirit treasures, divine powers and secret skills dissipated instantly into nothingness. Even the hundreds of hell generals on the other end were turned into blood mists by that single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body. The group of hell generals were destroyed by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body and their essence spirits were destroyed. The densely packed hell pawns that filled the mountains and plains had just charged forward when they saw that. Their faces turned pale and they were scared out of their wits. It was already too late for those hell pawns to want to escape. Suddenly, a ball of black flames extended from the body of the Martial Dao Prime body. The Immortal Divine Monarch. Chapter 2642, 2642 North Ridge Princess. 2642 North Ridge Princess. The Martial Dao Prime body did not release the full power of the Hellfire at all. Given his current cultivation, even a supreme immortal king might not be able to defend against it if he channeled Hellfire. Even a fraction of its strength was more than enough against the group of hell pawns before him. The black flames spread rapidly like a prairie fire and engulfed many hell pawns before long. The hell pawns were burned to ashes before they could even let out tragic cries. The Black Army under Nether General North Black's lead fled. They arrived quickly but were defeated even faster. No one dared to stay on the spot. The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he glanced sideways at the void in the distance before retracting his gaze. He did not kill them all and merely revealed sufficient strength to chase away the hell pawns before putting away the hellfire. However, almost all the hell generals who wanted to kill him earlier on died on the spot. The beautiful woman was the only one who survived. The martial Dao prime body did not have any protective feelings towards women. However, the beautiful woman had just reminded him out of goodwill, and she was the only one in the group who did not have any hostility towards him. That was the reason why the martial Dao prime body spared her life. Why you're finished. The beautiful woman looked at the scene before her with a horrified expression. She looked at the martial Dao prime body and said with a trembling voice, "You killed Nether General North Black. The experts of Corpse Mountain Ridge will definitely not let you off. Why you should hurry and escape. If you can escape from the North Ridge, you might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." The beautiful woman urged the martial Dao prime body. "Where is Corpse Mountain Ridge?" The martial Dao prime body was unmoved and asked instead. Right then, a woman's voice sounded from afar. "Corpse Mountain Ridge is one of the 10 great hell ridges of the North Ridge. The territorial lord is known as Hell King Corpse Mountain, and he has more than 100 experts at the level of Hell Kings under his lead." Right then, a crack appeared in the void not far away and 3 people walked out slowly. The person who spoke was a young girl. She wore a black robe that wrapped around her voluptuous and alluring figure. Her skin was fair as snow and she looked even prettier than the beautiful woman. Furthermore, there was a graceful aura around the black-robed girl, as though she came from an extraordinary background. Beside the black-robed girl stood a black-robed man. His face was pale and he had handsome features. Raising his head slightly, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. The man and woman looked compatible standing together. However, it was clear that the method of tearing through the void earlier on was not something the two of them could use. The man and woman were both hell generals and could not do that. Behind the black-robed girl was an expressionless middle-aged man with a powerful aura. He was already at the Grotto Heaven realm. According to the difference in cultivation realm in Frost Springs Hell, the middle-aged man should be a Hell King. However, the middle-aged man stood behind the black-robed girl, so in terms of status, he should be lower. In reality, the moment the martial Dao prime body released the hellfire, he sensed a ripple in the void over there. As the martial Dao prime body observed the 2 men and a woman, he thought to himself, the number of Hell Kings in Corpse Mountain Ridge alone probably surpasses Heaven and Earth Academy. However, Corpse Mountain Ridge is only one of the 10 great hell ridges of the North Ridge. It's clear how strong the North Ridge is. The strange thing is that despite the vast territory and deep foundation of the North Ridge, King North Ridge is only an expert of the Hell King realm. Is there no Emperor in the North Ridge, or is there some other reason why Emperor experts are dormant? As the martial Dao prime body pondered, the 2 men and a woman in midair sized him up as well. To be precise, the black-robed girl was the only one who paid special attention to the martial Dao prime body with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. As for the black-robed man beside her and the middle-aged man behind her, they merely glanced at the martial Dao prime body casually and did not take it to heart. You might still be able to survive in the North Ridge even after killing Nether General North Black. The black-robed girl smiled gently and said confidently, "I can protect you in the North Ridge." Oh. The martial Dao prime body did not say anything and was merely surprised. The beautiful woman who survived looked at the black-robed girl and sneered, "What do you have to protect him with? Do you have the strength?" The black-robed girl's cultivation realm was not much different from hers. Even if the middle-aged man behind the black-robed girl was a Hell King, he could not go against the powerful foundation of Hell King Corpse Mountain. "I have my name." The black-robed girl laughed and waved her hand at the martial Dao prime body. "Let's get to know one another." My name is Tang Qing'er. Tang Qing'er. The beautiful woman murmured softly and looked at the badge on the black-robed girl's waist. Her expression changed starkly as she exclaimed, "Why, you're the little princess of King North Ridge." "That's right." Tang Qing'er nodded. In the North Ridge, King North Ridge was probably the only one who could protect anyone hunted down by Corpse Mountain Ridge. "Greetings, Princess." When the beautiful woman realized that it was Tang Qing'er, she knelt down hurriedly and bowed, not daring to delay. "You can leave first. This is none of your business." Tang Qing'er waved at the beautiful woman gently and the latter fled hurriedly, as though she had been pardoned. She then descended from midair and walked towards the martial Dao prime body. Although there were no rules or etiquette in this Frost Springs hell and it was filled with bloodshed everywhere, Tang Qing'er was at least friendly to him. The martial Dao prime body could not sense hostility from Tang Qing'er either. "Watch out." The black-robed man frowned slightly and followed hurriedly, reminding. "I'm fine." Tang Qing'er smiled. "I have you, Uncle Chen." The black-robed man said proudly, "Don't worry, Qing'er. Even without Uncle Chen making a move, I can kill him if anything happens." As he said that, the black-robed man gestured fiercely in the direction of the martial Dao prime body, implying something. "Thank you." Tang Qing'er smiled. It was clear that the black-robed man was interested in Tang Qing'er. At the same time, she was not resistant towards him either. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived before the martial Dao prime body. Tang Qing'er asked, "Have you considered it? As long as you're willing to join me, Father can protect you and even step in to resolve this matter for you." "Qing'er." Uncle Chen frowned slightly and reminded softly. The black-robed man added hurriedly, "Qing'er, this person's background is unknown and he exudes the aura of a living being. We should be careful." "Why are you helping me?" the martial Dao prime body asked with a calm expression. Tang Qing'er said, "I just saw that your methods are not weak and you should have already touched the threshold of a Hell King. It'll be a pity if you're killed by Corpse Mountain Ridge." That was naturally just an excuse. Tang Qing'er and the other two traveled through space and were prepared to return to North Ridge City. They only stopped when they saw what happened on the way and descended here under Tang Qing'er's insistence. Tang Qing'er continued, "My father has been a Hell King for many years. In this aspect, a few words from him will benefit you more than tens of thousands of years of your own cultivation." Chapter 2643, 2643 North Ridge Birthday Banquet. 2643 North Ridge Birthday Banquet. Right from the beginning, the martial Dao prime body had not used his full strength, let alone release the aura and methods of a grotto heaven. Therefore, in the eyes of Tang Qing'er and the other two, the cultivation realm of the martial Dao prime body was only at the threshold of a Hell King. King North Ridge. The martial Dao prime body murmured softly in deep thought. Right now, he did not know enough about Frost Springs Hell. King North Ridge was definitely one of the people who knew this foreign world the best. When Tang Qing'er saw that the martial Dao prime body was silent, she thought that he was still wary and smiled. "Don't worry, although Father is King North Ridge, he loves me extremely. As long as I plead with him, he'll definitely help me resolve this matter. Although the status of Nether General North Black is not low, this matter is still nothing much for Father." At the side, Uncle Chen frowned slightly and urged, "Your Highness, the King's birthday banquet is approaching. Let's hurry back and not linger here for too long." "That's right." The black-robed man glared at the martial Dao prime body before saying, "Qing'er, why waste time with this person? I want to meet your father earlier and catch a glimpse of the glory of King North Ridge." The birthday banquet of King North Ridge? The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. If it was the birthday banquet of King North Ridge, such a scene would probably be a rare grand occasion for the North Ridge. All the factions and the 10 great Hell Ridges would probably be present. Corpse Mountain Ridge alone had hundreds of Hell Kings. How many Hell Kings would be present for the birthday banquet of King North Ridge? The simplest way to understand this foreign world as soon as possible was to communicate with the top experts here. Even without the appearance of the Princess of the North Ridge, the Martial Dao Prime Body was planning to look for the Hell King experts here to understand more about the situation. Since he was in time for the birthday banquet of King North Ridge and so many Hell Kings would be present, the Martial Dao Prime Body could save some trouble. Hey, masked man. When the black-robed man saw that the Martial Dao Prime Body was silent, he sneered, "All the kings gathered at the birthday banquet of King North Ridge are big shots. You might not be able to withstand such a line-up." The Martial Dao Prime Body was expressionless and did not even look at the black-robed man. He merely pointed at the latter and asked Tang Qing'er, "Who is that?" The black-robed man was truly noisy. The Martial Dao Prime Body was considering whether he should kill the black-robed man. "You're not worthy of knowing my name," the black-robed man declared proudly. "All you have to know is that I'm the young master of the South Forest." There were 5 regions in Frost Springs Hell: East Plains, South Forest, West Swamp, North Ridge and the Central Capital. The so-called young master of the South Forest should mean that he's the son of the king in the Fog Forest of the South. Uncle Chen said indifferently, "The young master of the South Forest cultivated in the Central Capital with Her Highness and they've known one another for many years. Their families are compatible and the South Forest will send someone to the North Ridge for the king's birthday banquet to ask for her hand in marriage." Uncle Chen's words were actually a warning to the Martial Dao Prime Body and remind him to watch himself and not harbor any improper thoughts. The birthday banquet of King North Ridge this time round was also a double blessing. At the mention of that, Tang Qing'er looked at the young master of the South Forest beside her and smiled gently. Actually, she was still a little lost about this matter. To be precise, she merely did not dislike the young master of the South Forest. However, as her father and Uncle Chen had said, they were well matched in terms of social status. Perhaps this person was the right candidate for her. In reality, Uncle Chen was thinking too much. The Martial Dao Prime Body had only met Tang Qing'er by chance and was not interested in her at all. However, since this young master of the South Forest was about to become Tang Qing'er's Dao companion, the Martial Dao Prime Body could not kill him just like that. There was no need to turn this originally joyous matter into a funeral. Furthermore, the Martial Dao Prime Body wanted to attend the birthday banquet of King North Ridge. If he killed the son-in-law of King North Ridge, there was no way he could attend the birthday banquet, he would have to kill his way through. The Martial Dao Prime Body ignored the young master of the South Forest and nodded to Tang Qing'er. "I can follow you guys to take a look. We can discuss whether or not I'll join the North Ridge later on." "Alright." Tang Qing'er smiled. "Stay by my side first. When the time comes, I'll show you the power and foundation of the North Ridge. You can decide for yourself. May I know your name?" Tang Qing'er turned to look at the Martial Dao Prime Body. "Desolate Martial." The Martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently. "Your Highness, let's go." Uncle Chen urged once more. "Alright." Tang Qing'er beckoned to the Martial Dao Prime Body. "Come over to my side and be closer. Uncle Chen is prepared to tear through the void and undergo a long-distance spatial teleportation. If you're too far away and leave Uncle Chen's range, you'll be devoured by the endless void and you'll never be able to return." The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded and did not reject. He took a step forward and came to Tang Qing'er's side. "Humph." When he saw that, a dark look flashed through the eyes of the young master of the South Forest as he harumphed coldly. Uncle Chen glared at the Martial Dao Prime Body and released the power of the Grotto Heaven realm. He tore through the void and brought Tang Qing'er, the young master of the South Forest and the Martial Dao Prime Body into the spatial tunnel. The four of them shuttled through the spatial tunnel continuously, and the Martial Dao Prime body had a calm expression. However, he was wearing a silver mask and no one could see his expression. When the four of them tore through the void once more and walked out of the spatial tunnel, the young master of the South Forest could not help but mock, "Desolate Marshal, or whatever your name is, how do you feel? Remember this feeling. This might be the only time in your life that you can make a long-distance teleportation through a spatial tunnel. Earlier on, we were still in Weeping Soul Ridge. Now, we've arrived at the center of the North Ridge." The Martial Dao Prime body ignored the young master of the South Forest and merely looked over. Not far ahead, there was a gigantic city that occupied a vast area. It was pitch black and filled with strange rocks. In its majestic aura was a sinister and terrifying feeling. Even the capitals of the three immortal kingdoms of the divine firmament immortal domain seemed much smaller compared to this city. North Ridge City. As the birthday banquet of King North Ridge approached, North Ridge City became noisy and lively. The Martial Dao Prime body and the other three were not the only people. In other directions, there were also many factions and cultivators heading towards North Ridge City. Many cultivators revealed reverence and avoided the Martial Dao Prime body's group of four at the sight of them walking out of the void. "Go on." Tang Qing'er smiled at the Martial Dao Prime body and said. The Martial Dao Prime body followed behind Tang Qing'er and suddenly sent a voice transmission. "The reason why you want to recruit me as a subordinate of King North Ridge isn't because of my strength, right? King North Ridge ruled over a myriad of ridges and had countless experts under his lead." Tang Qing'er clearly had other motives. However, the Martial Dao Prime body did not mind because he could not sense any hostility from Tang Qing'er. Even if Tang Qing'er had any ill intentions, the Martial Dao Prime body was fearless. Tang Qing'er remained silent for a moment before sending a voice transmission. "I'm a little interested in your background. You're not someone from Frost Springs Hell, right?" Chapter 2644, 2644 Nine Hells. 2644 Nine Hells. "I'm from the heavenly world." The Martial Dao Prime body had no intention of hiding his background and there was no need for that. "Heavenly world?" Tang Qing'er looked at the Martial Dao Prime body in disbelief and asked, "Are you really from the heavenly world? Is it the heavenly world of the medium Kiliacosm?" The Martial Dao Prime body nodded slightly. "How is that possible?" Tang Qing'er was still in disbelief. "I heard from my father that there's a powerful restriction barrier between the medium Kiliacosm and the Hell world. Even experts who have cultivated to the Emperor realm won't be able to enter the Hell world. I only entered this place by some freak coincidence as well." The Martial Dao Prime body did not explain further. He could not explain this clearly either. Even he was puzzled and had countless questions in his mind. "What was the Hell world you mentioned earlier on?" The Martial Dao Prime body sensed that there was an extremely important piece of information hidden in Tang Qing'er's words and asked, "Could it be that the Hell world doesn't belong to the medium Kiliacosm?" Under normal circumstances, the various worlds in the medium Kiliacosm were separated by a boundless sea of stars. Although cultivators had low cultivation realms and it was difficult for them to cross the starry skies, generally speaking, there were no so-called restrictions within the various worlds. Even perfected immortals and immortal kings could enter other worlds, let alone emperor experts. It was unusual for such a restriction barrier to exist between the Hell world and the medium Kiliacosm. "Of course not." Tang Qing'er said, "The Hell world is isolated from the medium Kiliacosm and can be considered as an existence that's on par with the medium Kiliacosm. It's both under the scope of the major Kiliacosm." When he heard that, the Martial Dao Prime body's heart skipped a beat. In the entire medium Kiliacosm, there were 3,000 worlds. The Heavenly World, Great Wilderness, Dragon World, Sword World, Parasol Tree World and so on belonged to the medium Kiliacosm. However, the so-called Hell world could stand side by side with the entire medium kiliacosm. The Frost Springs Hell we're in is merely a hell in the Hell world. Tang Qing'er continued, in the entire Hell world, there are a total of 9 hells. They are the Heavy Springs Hell, Yellow Springs Hell, Frost Springs Hell, Een Springs Hell, Serene Springs Hell, Lower Springs Hell, Bitter Springs Hell, Boundless Springs Hell, and the number 1 hell that's located in the middle, Torment Springs Hell. 9 hells. The martial Tao Prime Body was secretly alarmed. This hell world was even more mysterious and shocking than he had imagined. The north ridge of Frost Springs Hell alone was comparable to the territory of the heavenly world. What sort of a world was the entire Frost Springs Hell and even the 9 hells? Hell suppression, hell suppression. Could it be that the true intention of Great Emperor Infinite was to suppress the 9 hells? He recalled how the many living beings of hell revealed immense hatred and hostility towards him when they heard that he was from the heavenly world. That guess was not impossible. The martial Tao Prime Body asked, "Why are the people here so hostile towards the upper world?" Tang Qing'er said, "There are many theories. The nether chi of the hell world has dried up over the years and cultivation has become increasingly difficult. Some people say that it has something to do with the upper world. Some people also said that the former Lord of Hell was suppressed by experts of the upper world an era ago." When he heard that, the martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. An era ago should have been the infinite era. In Greater Avicii, he had encountered 2 wills. Could one of them be the Lord of Hell? If so, who was the other one? Tang Qing'er continued, "Someone even said that in fact, we could have not lived in this dark and sinister hell world and could have had a better environment outside. It was all because of the suppression and bullying of the living beings of the upper world that we were suppressed here all year round." Pausing for a moment, Tang Qing'er smiled. "I don't know the exact reason either. In any case, the living beings of hell are indeed extremely hostile towards the upper world. Don't casually reveal your identity or background. Since that's the case, why do you want to recruit me?" the martial Tao Prime Body asked. He could sense that Tang Qing'er's attitude towards him was different from the other living beings of hell. At the very least, she was not hostile. Tang Qing'er said, "I've never been to the upper world nor have I come into contact with living beings of the upper world. Who knows what the upper world is like? I'm only filled with curiosity about the worlds and living beings that I've never seen or come into contact with personally. There's no hatred. The reason why I recruited you was because I wanted to understand the upper world through you. I hope that you can tell me about it if there's a chance." At that point, Tang Qing'er's eyes were filled with curiosity. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded. While the 2 of them were sending voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses, the 4 of them had already arrived before North Ridge City. When the guards at the city gate saw the badge on Tang Qing'er's waist, they revealed respectful expressions and bowed hurriedly to give way. The 4 of them entered the city successfully. The martial Tao Prime Body walked through the largest city in the North Ridge and everything around him was novel. This was a civilization completely different from the heavenly world. Be it the architectural style, the crowds that came and went, or even every single detail of the ancient city, everything revealed the dark style of hell and its unique atmosphere. The colors of hell were rather monotonous. Almost everything in the ancient city was matched with black and red. In the sinisterness, there was a hint of blood and terror. As the birthday banquet of King North Ridge approached, North Ridge City looked festive as well. There were many lanterns that shone with blood hanging on both sides of the streets. In the dark ancient city, it was as though an ancient ferocious beast had widened its bloodshot eyes. Some cultivators had just hung up their lanterns when the martial Tao Prime Body swept his gaze across and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fresh blood was still dripping from beneath the lanterns, emitting a faint blood stench. The lanterns were only put out after they were soaked in fresh blood. Such a terrifying thing seemed extremely ordinary in this ancient city of the hell world. Furthermore, it was perfectly compatible with the surroundings without any awkwardness. The hierarchy in Frost Springs Hell was strict. On the streets, only Hell generals could walk boldly through the middle. The narrow spaces on both sides of the streets were passages left for the many Hell pawns to travel through. As for the skies above the ancient city, one can only pass through at will under the lead of a Hell King expert. Of course, among the four of them, because Tang Qing'er had a noble status and was the daughter of King North Ridge, no one stopped her from flying through the air. My, isn't that the little princess of the North Ridge? Not far away, a voice sounded with a hint of frivolity. The four of them turned over. Not far away, a large group of cultivators tore through the air. Their leader was dressed in jade-green robes and played with two fireballs that burned with green flames. This person's cultivation realm was merely that of a Hell general. However, behind him stood a Hell King expert with a terrifying aura and eyes that seemed to be burning with green flames. This young man looked like he had a high status. Chapter 2645 Threat. 2645 Threat. So, it's the young master of Verdant Flame Ridge. When Tang Qing'er saw who it was, she cupped her fists and greeted. Similar to Corpse Mountain Ridge, Verdant Flame Ridge was one of the 10 great Hell Ridges. The young master of Verdant Flame Ridge said with a smile, "The little princess of the North Ridge usually cultivates in the central capital. It's truly rare that you're making such a long journey to return for the birthday banquet of King North Ridge." Tang Qing'er said, "I naturally can't miss father's 800,000-year-old birthday." Of course. The eyes of the young master of Verdant Flame Ridge curved sharper. The true pity will be if you miss King North Ridge's birthday banquet this time round. Young master. The Hell King expert of Verdant Flame Ridge said softly, "It's time for us to leave." Understood. The young master of Verdant Flame Ridge laughed and led the large group of people to brush past Tang Qing'er and the others. The martial Dao Prime Body felt something strange. Logically speaking, Verdant Flame Ridge was only one of the 10 great Hell Ridges and was under the rule of King North Ridge. However, he did not seem to have much respect for Tang Qing'er in North Ridge City, which was right under the nose of King North Ridge. "That's him." Right then, a shout sounded not far away. "The person in the purple robe and silver mask, that's him." The martial Dao Prime Body and the others looked over. Another large group of cultivators walked towards them with an aggressive aura. They were hostile. The group of them exuded a strong aura of death and their skin had green tinges. Enemies are bound to meet. Tang Qing'er frowned slightly and sighed. "They're from Corpse Mountain Ridge?" the martial Dao Prime Body asked. Tang Qing'er nodded. "To think that we would meet here in advance. But don't worry, they won't do anything to you with me around." The reason why Tang Qing'er was so protective of the martial Dao Prime Body was because she was curious about the upper world. She wanted to obtain some information about the upper world from the martial Dao Prime Body. However, the young master of the South Forest felt another feeling when he saw that. He was displeased and his gaze darkened. "So, it's the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge." Tang Qing'er took the initiative to step forward, shielding the martial Dao Prime Body behind her as she greeted the young man in the lead. "The little princess of the North Ridge?" The young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge frowned and waved it off. "Make way, I'm looking for that purple-robed man behind you." Uncle Chen's expression darkened. He glared at the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge and said coldly, "This is our princess of the North Ridge. Watch your tone and attitude." A Hell King behind the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge stood out as well. "Brother Chen, this has nothing to do with the North Ridge. I advise you guys not to interfere." Tang Qing'er smiled gently. "Everyone, I was present when everything happened. There was some misunderstanding that caused both parties to fight. Please don't pursue this matter on account of my father. Why? Are you trying to say that our corpse Mountain Ridge's Nether General North Black shall die for nothing? The Hell King of Corpse Mountain Ridge narrowed his gaze and said aggressively, Little Princess of the North Ridge, you have to think carefully. Nether General North Black is someone from the ancient Nether race. The ancient Nether race has a noble status in Hell indeed. However, North Black was only a Nether General at the end of the day. Tang Qing'er gradually retracted the smile on her face. Her tone turned cold as she asked, My father is King North Ridge. Is his reputation inferior to a mere Nether General? The young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge sneered. The reputation of King North Ridge, Fufu. Initially, Uncle Chen harbored some dislike towards the martial Dao prime body as well. However, at that moment, it was clear from the attitudes of the young master and Hell King of Corpse Mountain Ridge that they were looking down on King North Ridge. That was something that Uncle Chen could not tolerate. Guys. Uncle Chen narrowed his eyes that shone with a cold glint and said slowly, Let me remind you guys that this is North Ridge City, not Corpse Mountain Ridge. Be careful, trouble comes from your mouths. The birthday banquet of King North Ridge is approaching. The North Ridge doesn't mind using the corpses and fresh blood of an entire Hell Ridge to liven things up at his birthday banquet. It was a blatant threat. The expressions of the young master and Hell King of Corpse Mountain Ridge changed clearly, they looked wary. Young master, endure it first. There's no need to be hasty. The Hell King reminded secretly. The young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge had a dark expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled. Not bad, the North Ridge sure is impressive. Just you wait and see. With that said, the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge beckoned and led the way with the cultivators behind him. Humph. Looking at the back view of Corpse Mountain Ridge's group, Uncle Chen harumphed coldly and said sinisterly, After the king's birthday banquet, Corpse Mountain Ridge should be replaced. Go on. Tang Qing'er said, Let's forget about this matter. The martial Dao prime body witnessed the entire process and felt that things were not simple. Although North Ridge City seemed peaceful and joyous, there were actually undercurrents surging. Be it Verdant Flame Ridge or Corpse Mountain Ridge, their attitude towards Tang Qing'er was clearly a little strange. Furthermore, the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge seemed to be implying something. The young master of Verdant Flame Ridge seemed like he wanted to say something as well. However, he was reminded by the Hell King of Verdant Flame Ridge and left first. Seems like this birthday banquet of King North Ridge won't be peaceful. The martial Dao prime body thought to himself. The young master of the South Forest at the side witnessed everything as well and was slightly puzzled. However, he did not think too much about it and followed Tang Qing'er and the others into the palace of North Ridge City. Not long after they entered the palace, a group of people walked over. Their leader was tall and had a powerful aura. Every single move he made exuded the dominance of a king. Big brother. When Tang Qing'er saw that person, she smiled and greeted him from afar. It was the eldest prince of King North Ridge, Tang Hao. He was the one overseeing the birthday banquet this time round and was a Hell King. Qing'er, you're back. Tang Hao's gaze shifted. When he saw Tang Qing'er, he smiled as well and strode over. Your Highness. Uncle Chen bowed. Tang Hao nodded slightly. He looked at Tang Qing'er and smiled. You've been cultivating in the central capital and haven't seen father for many years. Father was also delighted when he heard that you've returned. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the young master of the South Forest and sized him up. This must be the young master of the South Forest, right? Greetings, Your Highness. The young master of the South Forest cupped his fists hurriedly. Tang Hao smiled and nodded. You're indeed a handsome young man with a dignified appearance. Father should be very satisfied to see you. Where's father? Let's pay him a visit. Tang Qing'er asked. This is. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the martial Dao prime body and he narrowed his eyes slightly. For some unknown reason, Tang Hao could not sense the cultivation realm of the martial Dao prime body. Furthermore, the martial Dao prime body exuded the aura of a living person that was incompatible with the surroundings. This is a friend I met on the way back. I can take him to meet father at the same time. Tang Qing'er explained briefly. Father is resting in his chamber. You guys can go on. As Tang Hao said that, he scanned the martial Dao prime body. However, no matter how he checked, he could not see the depths of the martial Dao prime body. Chapter 2646, 2646 Welcome to Hell. 2646 Welcome to Hell. The chamber of King Northridge was not as quaint and bedazzling as the immortal sects and immortal kingdoms of the heavenly world. Instead, it was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. Even the pool water that surrounded the chamber was blood-red and emitted a faint blood stench. From time to time, scarlet fish with sharp fangs would leap out of the water. The martial Dao prime body was no longer surprised by everything. Under Tang Qing'er's lead, the few of them arrived at the depths of the chamber before long and met the legendary King Northridge. At that moment, King Northridge was sitting on a chair made of white bones. It was surrounded by a blood pool and dense skulls were piled at the feet of the chair. This birthday banquet was known as the 800,000-year-old celebration of King Northridge. Under normal circumstances, Grotto Heaven Realm experts had a lifespan of around 1,000,000 years. Now that King Northridge was 800,000 years old, he was actually no longer at his peak. Even so, there was no sign of decline or haggardness from King Northridge. Although his eyes were closed, King Northridge exuded an unimaginable might as he sat on the white bone throne. This was an aura that could only be nurtured after one was in the upper echelons for a long time with countless corpses and blood trampled beneath him. The spirit consciousness of the martial Dao prime body swept past King Northridge. According to the heavenly world, this King Northridge should be a supreme immortal king with a major grotto heaven. It seemed like the saying that cultivation was difficult in Frost Springs Hell was not groundless. The expert who ruled over the entire Northridge and stood at the peak was only a supreme immortal king. In fact, he had not even cultivated his grotto heaven to the perfected stage. Suddenly, King Northridge opened his eyes. Two shuddering cold beams of light seemed to burst forth from the dark chamber as a malevolent and bloodthirsty aura spread instantly. Uncle Chen did not dare to meet his gaze and bowed hurriedly. The young master of the South Forest often followed King South Forest and was long familiar with these supreme experts. However, he was still stunned by the aura of King Northridge and his heart skipped a beat. Only the martial Dao prime body was expressionless and had a calm gaze. Father! Tang Qing'er shouted with a smile. King Northridge's gaze paused slightly on the martial Dao prime body before turning to Tang Qing'er. His expression softened as he revealed a smile and nodded slightly. Qing'er, you're back. Yes. Tang Qing'er smiled. I rushed back with some gifts to celebrate your 800,000-year-old birthday, father. How thoughtful, Qing'er. King Northridge nodded. Tang Qing'er continued, by the way, father, I brought two friends back with me. Greetings, King Northridge. I'm Shen Tuing. The young master of the South Forest hurried forward to greet with a respectful expression. Shen Tuing. King Northridge said, young master of the South Forest, right? How has your father been recently? The young master of the South Forest said hurriedly, my father's health is fine. He has you on his mind but doesn't have the chance to come and meet you. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. King Northridge was distracted, as though he knew about the matter between Tang Qing'er and the young master of the South Forest and did not make things difficult for the latter. To be precise, the attention of King North Ridge was not on the young master of the South Forest at all, he was still paying attention to the martial Dao prime body. Also, this is fellow Daoist Desolate Martial. Tang Qing'er recounted the process of them getting to know one another briefly. Father, will it anger you that I made this decision to resolve the matter under your name? It's fine, the death of Nether General North Black isn't significant. King North Ridge waved it off. Even if a few Hell Kings of theirs were killed, what can Corpse Mountain Ridge say? Pausing for a moment, he looked at the martial Dao prime body and his eyes shone with a shuddering light as a tremendous might descended slowly. As King North Ridge, his judgment was naturally far superior to Tang Qing'er and the others. Although he could not tell the depths of the martial Dao prime body, he could clearly sense that the latter was definitely not at the level of a Hell General. Are you really from the heavenly world? King North Ridge asked slowly. Yes. Against the might of King North Ridge, the martial Dao prime body had a calm expression. Furthermore, I want to ask you how to return to the heavenly world. How dare you? Uncle Chen hollered, how dare you speak to the king like that instead of bowing down? Although the martial Dao prime body stood below, he stood upright. Ever since he entered the chamber, he had not bowed to King North Ridge. The tone he used earlier on was as though he was communicating with his peers without any respect. Even Tang Qing'er was worried for the martial Dao prime body. If her father were to take offense, she would definitely not be able to protect the martial Dao prime body. Everything else aside, the fact that the martial Dao prime body came from the heavenly world was enough for her father to kill him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, King North Ridge burst into laughter. His laughter reverberated through the palace and was deafening, filled with a domineering aura. King North Ridge looked at the martial Dao prime body with a sinister smile and said slowly, since you've arrived at the Hell World, there's no way you can return. The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly. Was he really going to be trapped in the Hell World? What did the so-called Hell World and the Nine Hells have to do with Great Emperor Infinite? What was the old monk's motive for pushing him down? Was it just to trap him in the Hell World? What did the old monk have to do with the Hell World? There were too many questions lingering in his mind. King North Ridge stood up slowly and said, "Young man, you're quite bold. If it was any other time, you would have been a corpse beneath my feet by now. However, you're a friend brought back by Qing'er. I'll spare you this once." "Thank you, father." Tang Qing'er heaved a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. At the same time, she looked at the martial Dao prime body and kept giving him meaningful glances, asking him to come forward and express his thanks. The martial Dao prime body ignored it. Right now, he was considering whether he should head forward and throw a punch to have a deeper interaction with King North Ridge. However, he could not attack directly when he saw how protective Tang Qing'er was. Furthermore, the birthday banquet of King North Ridge was approaching and there was no need to rush. It would not be too late to look for King North Ridge after his birthday banquet. Also, there were so many factions and experts gathered at King North Ridge's birthday banquet, he would definitely be able to obtain more information. King North Ridge glanced at the martial Dao prime body indifferently. "My birthday banquet is approaching and I'm in a good mood. I won't hold it against you today. However, let me remind you that this is not the heavenly world. Hell is thousands of times crueler, darker and bloodier than the heavenly world. The living environment of the heavenly world is like the peaceful pure land in the eyes of the living beings of hell. In hell, if you're not careful, even your bones will be eaten." Pausing for a moment, King North Ridge grinned at the martial Dao prime body with a sinister smile. "Young man, welcome to hell." At that moment, King North Ridge had yet to realize what sort of impact this purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask would bring to the Hell World. Less than that, he could not imagine how much of a storm this mysterious young man would cause in hell. When he heard King North Ridge's words, the martial Dao prime body laughed as well. He clenched his fists and murmured softly, "Hell. Desolate Marshal has arrived." Chapter 2647, 2647 Dharma Ending Era. 2647 Dharma Ending Era. For the next few days, the martial Tao Prime Body stayed in the palace and did not leave. As the birthday banquet of the North Ridge approached, Hell King experts would descend upon North Ridge City from time to time. In the few days, the martial Tao Prime Body tried to communicate with the Green Lotus True Body, but there was no reaction. As Tang Qinger had said, the Hell World was ranked alongside the medium Kiliacosm. There must be some sort of a powerful barrier between the two. The barrier could even isolate the connection between Su Zimo's two true bodies. For the past few days, Tang Qinger had been showing the martial Tao Prime Body all the ancient books in the palace of the North Ridge that were related to Hell. Through their interactions, the martial Tao Prime Body had a rough understanding of Frost Springs Hell and even the entire Hell. The reason why this place was called Frost Springs Hell was because there was indeed a gigantic spring in the center of this hell that surged with an extremely cold water and was known as the Frost Springs. There were similar reasons for the names of the other 8 hells. For example, in the center of Yellow Springs Hell, there was a turbid and withered spring water known as the Yellow Springs. In the center of the Een Springs Hell, there was extreme Een water, giving it the name the Een Springs. The entire Hell world had some similarities with the medium Kiliacosm where Su Zimo ascended. For example, the Hell world also contained a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi. Perhaps because of the environment, there was an additional dark and cold power in the heaven and earth essence chi. The living beings of the Hell world called it the nether chi. The reason why the heaven and earth essence chi in the heavenly world was rich and massive was because of the existence of the builder tree. The spring water of the 9 hells had a similar effect. It could be said that the 9 springs were the source of power for the 9 hells. What was even stranger was that according to the ancient books in the palace of the North Ridge, not only did the 9 springs contain completely different powers, they also possessed unimaginable might. For example, the Frost Springs water here was water of extreme coldness and could cause immense damage to any living being, especially the aquatic ones. As for the Yellow Springs water, it was turbid and withered, possessing the use of washing away one's memories. It was said that after the soul was baptized in the Yellow Springs water, it would forget its memories of its previous life. The soup of oblivion? The love erasure potion? At that point, an indescribable feeling rose in the heart of the martial Tao Prime Body. In the Hell world, there seemed to be actual comparisons to some of the legends and myths that he had heard in the mortal world. For example, the boundless springs water could cleanse curses. Any curse or filth would dissipate after being washed by the boundless springs water. The martial Tao Prime Body had even seen records of the ancient Nether race in the ancient books. The ancient Nether race was not a race that was born, but a race that was created through transformation. There were all sorts of strange things in the Trichiliacosm. This was also the first time that the martial Tao Prime Body had seen a strange method like creating life through transformation. According to the ancient books, apart from the reproduction and nurturing of the living beings of the 10,000 races, there was another unique method for the living beings of the Hell world to create life: transformation. Every once in a while, living beings would be born from the 9 springs. Those living beings had no parents. The method of creating something out of nothing was the transformation of life in the Hell world. Bloodshed and countless living beings died everywhere in the Hell world. However, due to the strange method of life evolution such as transformation, there was still an endless stream of living beings in the Hell world. Life can be born from the 9 springs of Hell? When the martial Tao Prime Body first saw those records, he was extremely surprised. Although the builder tree also had the effect of gathering heaven and earth essence chi, it could not nurture any special life form. Even the martial Tao Prime Body had never seen such records in the upper world. This method of life creation seemed to be breaching the deepest secret dharmic Taos of the world. Even the great emperors who were so powerful could not create life. The living beings that were born from the 9 springs of Hell were the ancient Nether race of the Hell world. There could be humans, demon beasts and all sorts of living beings in the ancient nether race. However, after those living beings were created from the 9 springs of hell, they belonged to the ancient nether race. The mark of the ancient nether race was extremely obvious as well. Typically, there would be a strange rune on the surface or glabellas of those living beings. It was the same rune that the Martial Dao Prime Body had seen on the glabella of Nether General North Black. The meaning of that rune was Nether. At this point, the Martial Dao Prime Body could not help but recall the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra nurtured by the Green Lotus True Body. Those strange runes were extremely similar to the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra and should originate from the same civilization. Could the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra be related to the Hell world? Or were they both from the same civilization? The ancient Nether race had a supreme status in the Hell world. It was not only because the ancient Nether race was born from the 9 springs of Hell. More than that, it was because after they were born, they possessed powers that were far stronger than other living beings. Be it in terms of bloodline or physique, they were incomparably strong and suppressed everyone of the same cultivation realm. The bloodline of the ancient Nether race was so strong that after growing to a certain age, a bloodline phenomenon closely related to the 9 springs of hell they came from would be born. That was not hard to imagine. The 9 springs of hell were said to be the foundation of the 9 hells, and the living beings born from their spring water were definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately for the arrogant Nether General North Black, he encountered the Martial Dao Prime Body and was killed by a single sword chi before he could even release his bloodline phenomenon. The ancient Nether race could reproduce as well. However, their descendants would almost never inherit the bloodline power of the ancient Nether race, and they did not have the strange runes of the Nether word on their bodies. Only those from the ancient Nether race were qualified to be called the Nether Generals and Nether Kings. For example, the Hell Lords of the 9 Hells were all from the ancient Nether race. Back then, the Lord of Hell was the strongest person in the ancient Nether race. According to the ancient books, under normal circumstances, the 9 Hell Lords were all Emperor realm experts. As for the Lord of Hell, he reigned over the 9 Hells. However, an era ago, the Hell world seemed to have suffered a serious injury, causing the world to shatter. Its great Tao was damaged and its laws were incomplete. In that calamity, not only did the Lord of Hell die, the entire Hell world suffered immense losses as well, and countless emperors, Hell kings and other experts died. What was even more serious was that the Hell world had not been repaired. As time passed, the Nether Chi in the Hell world thinned and even the 9 springs of Hell showed signs of drying up. Thereafter, the Hell world fell into the Dharma ending era and fewer living beings advanced to the Emperor realm. After a long time, the emperors of the past died with the end of their lifespans. From then on, there were no longer any living beings in the 9 hells that became emperors. Up till now, although the ancient Nether race was still holding down the positions of the 9 Hell Lords, almost all of them were peak Hell Kings and there were no Emperor realm experts. Of course, although there were no Emperor realm experts in the Dharma ending era of the Hell world, they had accumulated a large number of Hell Kings and Nether Kings, and their foundations were still present. Chapter 2648, 2648 Gifts of the Ridges. 2648 Gifts of the Ridges. For the past few days, the Martial Dao Prime Body had been digesting many pieces of information about the Hell world. Although he had a rough understanding of Hell, he still had many questions in his mind. The ancient books recorded that the Hell world was severely injured during the Infinite Era. Was it done by Great Emperor Infinite? Could the power controlled by a Great Emperor severely injure the entire Hell world such that the Great Tao was shattered and the world was incomplete? The Martial Dao Prime Body was skeptical about that. However, if not for Great Emperor Infinite, why would such a catastrophe happen? Apart from being sinister and terrifying, there were too many unknowns in the Hell world that seemed mysterious. The ancient books in the North Ridge Palace could not give the Martial Dao Prime Body an answer to those unknowns, perhaps only the Hell King experts here knew a thing or two. The martial Dao prime body had flipped through the ancient books sent by Tang Qing'er, but he could not find a way to leave the Hell world and return to the medium kiliacosm. Since the Hell world coexisted with the medium kiliacosm, the dermic Dao inheritance here would definitely be different from the medium kiliacosm. The martial Dao prime body intended to search for high-quality dermic Dao inheritances in Hell and continue to divine and perfect the martial Dao while looking for a way to leave. 5 days later, the birthday banquet of King North Ridge officially began. By the time Tang Qing'er arrived at the main hall with the martial Dao prime body, there were already many people seated. Some maidservants in veils carried various spirit fruits from Hell and came and went with their beautiful bodies vaguely visible. Although Tang Qing'er was a junior, she was a princess of the North Ridge after all. Her seat was relatively closer to the front and was on the side of King North Ridge's seat. There were 5 seats on each side for the royal family of the North Ridge. Together, 10 spacious areas were created for the 10 great Hell Ridges. Why are you still here? When the young master of the South Forest saw the martial Dao prime body from his seat, his expression darkened as he asked with a frown. As though he had not heard anything, the martial Dao prime body did not even look at him. Right now, it was the birthday banquet of King North Ridge and it was inappropriate for the young master of the South Forest to get angry and make a fuss as well. The young master of the South Forest rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Desolate Marshal, today is the birthday banquet of King North Ridge. Everyone who attends the banquet will bring congratulatory gifts. What have you brought? Show it to everyone." Over the past few days, Tang Qing'er had also learned a lot of information about the heavenly world from the martial Dao prime body and was extremely curious. At that moment, when she saw the martial Dao prime body being troubled, she could not bear it and tugged at the young master of the South Forest, saying in a low voice, "Forget it, fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal has just arrived in the North Ridge. How would he have the time to prepare any congratulatory gifts? Let's not make things difficult for him. How can you sit here so comfortably without a congratulatory gift?" The young master of the South Forest sneered. The martial Dao prime body looked at the surging crowd outside the hall and suddenly said meaningfully, "I've prepared a congratulatory gift, but I hope that King North Ridge won't need it. Heavenly Dragon Ridge has arrived." Right then, a North Ridge guard at the entrance of the hall shouted, "The territorial lord of Heavenly Dragon Ridge has gifted King North Ridge a piece of 100,000-year Hell Frost Iron." The martial Dao prime body had once read in an ancient book in the North Ridge Palace that the Hell Frost Iron was a specialty treasure of Frost Springs Hell. This frost iron was at the depths of Hell and was soaked in the water of the Frost Springs all year round. It was a universal treasure that could only be formed after more than 100,000 years and was a supreme-grade material for forging spirit treasures. Essence-breaking Ridge has arrived. On the other side, the North Ridge Guard declared loudly, "The territorial lord of Essence-breaking Ridge has gifted King North Ridge a piece of spine from an ancient Nether Dragon King." Among the ancient Nether race, there was also a dragon that was born and cultivated to the level of a Nether King. However, he died later on and that created the spine of the Dragon King. The spine of a Dragon King was precious enough, let alone that of an ancient Nether Dragon King. Good, good, good. King North Ridge sat in the middle of the hall majestically and looked down. When he heard the voices coming from the entrance, he nodded repeatedly with a satisfied expression. It was a relatively long process. It was said that there were 100,000 mountain ridges of corpses and bones within the territory of the North Ridge. Although not all the mountain ridges and factions were qualified to extend their congratulations to King North Ridge, this birthday banquet was still filled with noteworthy experts as well. Apart from Hell Generals and Hell Kings, there was no place for Hell Pawns at all in the hall. Before the people of the 10 great Hell Ridges arrived, there were already more than 1,000 Hell Kings from the other Hell Ridges and their numbers were still increasing. Even in the heavenly world, the martial Dao prime body had never seen such a massive lineup. The 9 firmament meet back then was already a massive event. The 9-firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss only sent out slightly more than 100 immortal king experts in total. Of course, the North Ridge was different from the heavenly world. There were at least dozens of emperor experts in the heavenly world. However, there were no emperor experts in the North Ridge or even the entire Frost Springs Hell. Ha ha ha. The entire birthday banquet was bustling with people and King North Ridge was delighted as well. From time to time, he would laugh loudly and drink strong wine. These Hell Ridges were merely the appetizers. The true feast would have to wait till the 10 great Hell Ridges were gathered. Right then, the guard at the entrance of the hall declared, "The South Forest has sent envoys to congratulate King North Ridge on his 800,000th birthday." Even though we're so far apart, the South Forest sent people? You don't know yet, right? I heard that the little princess of the North Ridge and the young master of the South Forest are about to get engaged and become Tao companions. The marriage will make the two factions even closer. If these two factions join forces, it seems like King North Ridge can continue to rule over the North Ridge for at least another 100,000 years. Among the envoys sent by the South Forest, the leader was Hell King South Essence, who came with many generous gifts. There were more than 100 congratulatory gifts alone. This scene caused a commotion in the hall and everyone was shocked. The South Forest side had given enough face to King North Ridge. King North Ridge also knew that the reason why there were so many congratulatory gifts was not only to wish him a happy birthday, they were also part of the betrothal gift. King North Ridge was in a great mood and declared, "King South Forest sure is thoughtful. Why don't we get my daughter and this fine young man to make preparations today and choose a good day for them to get married?" Tang Qing'er looked at the young master of the South Forest shyly. She had just felt countless envious gazes looking in her direction and a hint of joy surged in the depths of her heart. "King North Ridge, you sure are wise. My master has the same intentions as well." Hell King South Essence cupped his fists hurriedly. Ha ha ha. King North Ridge burst into laughter and pointed to the seats of the North Ridge royal family. "Come sit here." This action was equivalent to giving the young master of the South Forest recognition. The envoys of the South Forest hurried forward and arrived beside the young master. "Corpse Mountain Ridge has arrived." Right then, the guard at the entrance of the hall shouted once more. "Corpse Mountain Ridge, one of the 10 great Hell Ridges." After shouting that, the North Ridge guard paused and did not continue. Under normal circumstances, the congratulatory gifts from Corpse Mountain Ridge should be announced next. However, the group from Corpse Mountain Ridge did not bring any congratulatory gifts at all. Chapter 2649, 2649 Annihilation. 2649 Annihilation. The guard at the entrance of the hall did not dare to stop the territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge when the latter arrived empty-handed. This was a territorial lord from one of the 10 great Hell Ridges after all. Now that he had brought hundreds of Hell Kings with him, his group attracted countless gazes the moment they entered the hall. Hundreds of Hell King experts meant that almost all of Corpse Mountain Ridge's Hell Kings were here. Logically speaking, even if they were here to extend congratulations to King North Ridge, there was no need for them to mobilize such a large force and cause such a huge commotion. "You brought so many people?" King North Ridge raised his brow slightly. The territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge burst into laughter. "King North Ridge, I know that you love crowds, so I brought everyone over to take a look and wish you a happy birthday." "Oh?" King North Ridge asked indifferently, "Since it's a birthday celebration, what gift did you bring for me? Let me take a look." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, hearty laughter sounded from outside the hall and a voice said, "King North Ridge, the 10 great Hell Ridges have prepared a huge gift for you. You'll definitely be satisfied." Accompanied by that voice, another group of experts entered the hall. The kings of Verdant Flame Ridge, another of the 10 great Hell Ridges, had arrived. Behind the territorial lord of Verdant Flame Ridge, there were also hundreds of Hell King experts. It was clear they were hostile. I'm looking forward to it now that you guys mentioned it. A cold glint flashed through the depths of King Northridge's eyes. He had lived for 800,000 years and had seen all sorts of storms. Right now, Corpse Mountain Ridge and Verdant Flame Ridge were heading over menacingly. It was clear that they had a motive. King Northridge immediately sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and made preparations. Tang Hao understood and retreated from the back of the main hall, prepared to gather all the forces in Northridge City to guard the main hall. King Northridge presided over the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years. With that foundation, he could mobilize 1,000 Hell King experts in Northridge City at any moment. Hell King South Essence of the South Forest frowned when he saw that. From the looks of it, chaos was about to break out in the North Ridge. If King Northridge could survive and calm down the chaos, his prestige and strength would naturally increase exponentially. However, if he failed and was replaced. Hell King South Essence looked at the young master of the South Forest beside him with an inquiring expression. The young master of the South Forest shook his head gently, indicating for them to wait and see. Before long, the remaining few Hell Ridges of the 10 great Hell Ridges arrived one after another. Variant Fiend Ridge, Soulless Ridge, Een Wind Ridge, Dragon Bone Ridge, Blood Mist Ridge, Heavenbane Ridge, Darkness Ridge, Frost Ridge, together with Corpse Mountain Ridge and Verdant Flame Ridge that were the first to arrive, the 10 great Hell Ridges were all present. The atmosphere in the main hall of the North Ridge Palace gradually turned from lively and joyful to solemn with a hint of killing intent. With the 10 great Hell Ridges gathered here, there were thousands of Hell King experts. The presence of so many Hell King experts formed an unimaginably massive aura that could even go against the high and mighty King North Ridge. All the factions of the North Ridge present could sense the change in the situation. By the looks of it, the birthday banquet of King North Ridge is probably going to turn into a funeral. Countless living beings die daily in the North Ridge and countless territories change owners. How can King North Ridge preside over the North Ridge for 100,000 years? Back then, King North Ridge suppressed and destroyed countless experts and factions before stabilizing his position. Even if the 10 great Hell Ridges join forces, it won't be easy for them to take down King North Ridge. Many cultivators were already discussing in secret. Father. With a worried expression, Tang Qing'er turned to look at King North Ridge, who was not far away. At that moment, King North Ridge sat in the middle of the hall with a stern expression, and the killing intent he exuded intensified. Everyone from the 10 great Hell Ridges are present. Show me your congratulatory gift now. King North Ridge stood up slowly, and a thick malevolent blood chi spread out, as though another ancient ferocious beast had awakened within his body. After all, King North Ridge had presided over the North Ridge for 100,000 years. His hands were stained with endless blood, and he stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The might of a superior was something that even the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges could not match. King North Ridge, you've occupied that position for far too long. The territorial lord of Verdant Flame Ridge finally spoke and said coolly. The territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge continued, it's been so long that you're already 800,000 years old and you didn't even realize that you're no longer at your peak. Ha ha ha. King North Ridge burst into laughter with a menacing expression. Even though I'm 800,000 years old, you guys can't challenge me. Indeed, King North Ridge was confident. Although he was already 800,000 years old, he had once obtained a supreme divine medicine and was able to maintain his peak blood chi without losing much combat strength. Furthermore, he was only a step away from the perfected Grotto Heaven realm. Even if a huge battle broke out and he was eventually defeated, he was confident that he could severely injure the 10 great Hell Ridges and make the other party pay an unbearable price. North Ridge King. The territorial lord of Variant Fiend Ridge declared loudly, "The congratulatory gift we've prepared for you is to wish you a happy birthday with the blood of your entire family." "How dare you?" King Northridge was enraged and his killing intent burst forth. He glared at the territorial lord of Variant Fiend Ridge, ready to kill at any moment. He had already instructed Tang Hao to gather the Hell King experts of the North Ridge. However, Tang Hao had not returned even after this period of time. That made him feel uneasy and wary. That was the reason why he did not attack the entire time. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have started a massacre a long time ago. The experts of the other factions of the North Ridge were shocked and they heard the Variant Fiend Ridge territorial lord's words as well. Initially, everyone thought that the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges merely joined forces to force King North Ridge to abdicate and were even willing to fight. But now, from the looks of it, the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges wanted to annihilate the lineage of King North Ridge. They are trying to annihilate his family. How ruthless. You're way too naive. Given a blood feud this deep, who knows what sort of calamities would be left behind if they're not completely wiped out. The safest method is to exterminate his entire family. The territorial lord of Solus Ridge said, "King North Ridge, your 800,000-year-old celebration today will mark the day of your Tang family's annihilation." At that moment, the 10 Great Hell Ridges no longer hid their intentions. Thousands of Hell Kings were prepared to attack at any moment and start a massacre. When the various factions of the North Ridge saw that, they retreated from the main hall one after another, afraid that they would be implicated and crushed. A great battle that involved Hell Kings would definitely be incomparably tragic. Once the battle broke out and Grotto Heavens collided and devoured one another, countless Hell Kings would be crushed and buried here, let alone Hell Generals. "You want to destroy my Tang family?" King North Ridge had a sharp expression as he said coldly, "My Tang family is about to enter into a marriage alliance with the South Forest. If you dare to challenge my status, you'll be going against King South Forest." "Oh?" The gazes of the 10 territorial lords landed on the young master of the South Forest with a playful look in their eyes. Instantly, the young master of the South Forest felt a tremendous pressure. Under normal circumstances, he should stand on the side of King North Ridge since he was already engaged to Tang Qing'er. However, at that moment, he had another question in his mind. Were there other factions involved in the fact that the 10 Great Hell Ridges could join forces to overturn King North Ridge? Or perhaps, was there some expert who appeared in the North Ridge and had absolute confidence of suppressing King North Ridge? "Young master of the South Forest, I heard that you have a marriage alliance with the Tang family?" Right then, another voice sounded from outside the hall. Chapter 2650, 2650 Edict of the Hell Lord. 2650 Edict of the Hell Lord. Someone else had arrived. When they heard that voice, the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges relaxed significantly. Against the enraged King North Ridge, the 10 territorial lords felt immense pressure as well. Even if the 10 of them joined forces and could suppress King North Ridge, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price and half of them might even die on the spot. None of the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridge wanted to die at the front. When that voice sounded in the hall, the thousands of Hell King experts of the 10 Great Hell Ridge consciously avoided it and opened up a path. A group of cultivators entered the hall slowly. Compared to the formation of the 10 Great Hell Ridges, the auras of the new cultivators seemed much weaker. After all, there were only slightly more than 10 of them. However, all the factions of the North Ridge were shocked and they saw the cultivators. All the cultivators had a strange rune on their glabellas. The ancient Nether race. More than 10 Nether Kings arrived at the main hall of the North Ridge Palace. Although Hell Kings and Nether Kings were of the same cultivation realm, the difference in strength between them was extremely great. In terms of physique and bloodline, the ancient nether race was far superior to ordinary living beings of hell. When he saw the dozens of nether kings, King Northridge's pupils constricted and his heart skipped a beat. A look of realization flashed through the eyes of the young master of the South Forest. He finally understood why the territorial lords of the 10 great hell ridges would join forces fearlessly and even declare that they wanted to annihilate the Tang family of the North Ridge. So, the territorial lords of the 10 great hell ridges were backed by the ancient nether race. Under normal circumstances, most of the ancient nether race cultivated in the central capital and would not be too far away from the Frost Springs. It was clear that these ancient nether race beings were from the central capital as well. The person who presided over the central capital was Hell Lord Frost Springs. Ancient nether race beings from the central capital were here to join forces with the territorial lords of the 10 great hell ridges to annihilate the Tang family. Was this the intention of Hell Lord Frost Springs? If that was the case, he could not get involved and had to withdraw in time lest he implicated the South Forest and brought about a calamity for his father. At that thought, the young master of the South Forest stood up hurriedly and bowed to the dozens of nether kings. Actually, I was merely interested in a marriage alliance with the North Ridge. However, this matter has yet to be decided. Since such a change happened to the North Ridge, I think we can only put aside the marriage alliance for the time being. As he said that, the young master of the South Forest gave Hell King South Essence a look. The envoys of the South Forest withdrew from their seats one after another and drew a clear line between them and the factions of the North Ridge. You. Tang Qing'er looked at the young master of the South Forest in disbelief, shocked and furious. The young master of the South Forest merely glared at her coldly and did not say anything to her the entire time. The reason why he wanted a marriage alliance with Tang Qing'er was because he was keen on the power of King North Ridge. But now that the Tang family of the North Ridge was about to be annihilated, wouldn't he be courting death if he joined them? Good, good, good. King North Ridge was so angry that he laughed instead. He looked at the young master of the South Forest and grinned. Little bastard, you sure have fast reactions. The wise recognize their circumstances. The Nether King in the lead was not old and had an indifferent expression. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ming Feng and I'll become the new King North Ridge. You think that a few of you ancient Nether race beings and the 10 great hell ridges alone can replace me?" King North Ridge was fearless and said slowly with a ferocious glint in his eyes, "If I fight to the death, I won't let you guys have a good time even if I die. I've managed the North Ridge for 100,000 years and have thousands of Hell King experts under my lead. It's not something you guys can shake with ease. I forgot to mention." Ming Feng took out a cloth from his storage bag. "I've also brought an imperial edict from Hell Lord Frost Springs. Anyone who resists will be enemies with him and their family clans, and anyone related by 10 degrees of association will be annihilated without mercy." The moment he said that, the experts under King North Ridge were stunned. These Hell King experts had followed King North Ridge for many years. If they were only facing the 10 great Hell Ridges, they would not be afraid or retreat under the lead of King North Ridge. However, now that they were up against Hell Lord Frost Springs, many Hell King experts no longer had any intention of resisting. Hell Lord Frost Springs ruled over the entire Frost Springs Hell. Although the Hell world was in the Dharma ending era and the world was shattered with an incomplete Great Tao and Hell Lord Frost Springs was merely a Nether King, no one could challenge his status. Right from the beginning, the martial Tao Prime Body did not say anything and merely enjoyed the wine brewed in hell, as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. The current situation was gradually becoming clearer. On the side of King North Ridge, after Ming Feng took out the Imperial Edict of Hell Lord Frost Springs, their morale was already low and no one dared to resist. Even if King North Ridge was indignant, he was merely a cornered beast and could not change anything. At that moment, King North Ridge seemed to have aged considerably in an instant as he stood on the ground filled with corpses. Forget it, forget it. King Northridge was silent for a long time before shaking his head. Since it's the will of Hell Lord Frost Springs, I'm willing to accept it. From now on, I'll leave the North Ridge. No, no, no. Suddenly, Ming Feng smiled. You're mistaken about one thing. The Edict of Hell Lord Frost Springs merely gave others a choice. However, the only outcome for the Tang family of the North Ridge is extermination. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinger and the others from the royal family looked despaired. King Northridge was enraged as well as he clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm willing to withdraw, but you guys insist on exterminating us? If my Tang family of the North Ridge were to fight you guys to the death, you guys won't have it easy either. Your Tang family of the North Ridge? Ming Feng smiled. From this day forth, the Tang family will cease to exist in the North Ridge. Oh, right. You're waiting for him, right? As Ming Feng said that, he took out a bloodied head from his storage bag and threw it in front of King North Ridge. That head belonged to Tang Hao, who died with grievances. As a Hell King expert, Tang Hao was killed silently in the North Ridge Palace. At the sight of Tang Hao's death, King North Ridge could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He also knew that he had no way out. I'll make you pay with your life for my son. King North Ridge roared and rose from the skies. He withdrew a gigantic pitch-black saber and slashed down at Ming Feng's head. Splash! King North Ridge did not hold back at all and released his powerful blood qi. At the same time, he propped up his grotto heaven and wanted to kill Ming Feng on the spot. Fu-fu. Ming Feng chuckled with a mocking expression. You overestimate yourself. Behind Ming Feng, another Nether King appeared in a flash. While holding up his grotto heaven, he released his bloodline phenomenon. The grotto heaven of this Nether King was dark, deep and sinister. There was even a phenomenon accompanying the grotto heaven. A gigantic frost springs gushed out like a torrent that emitted a chilling intent and devoured towards King North Ridge. It was the innate bloodline phenomenon of the ancient Nether race, Hell Frost Springs. Crack! Crack! A layer of frost appeared on King North Ridge's grotto heaven when it was struck by Hell Frost Springs. Countless ice shards formed both inside and outside the grotto heaven. Chapter 2651, 2651 What can you do to me? 2651 What can you do to me? Although Hell Frost Springs was only a phenomenon right now, it still emitted a chilling intent that could freeze even the grotto heaven of King North Ridge. The coldness was still spreading and a layer of frost appeared on the brows and hair of King North Ridge. Break! King North Ridge roared and his blood qi burst forth. Abandoning his grotto heaven, he broke through the frost layer on his body and continued charging towards Ming Feng. Humph! Ming Feng sneered with a mocking expression. Right in front of him, King North Ridge was like a helpless beast that was struggling and letting out its final sorrowful cry before its death. You overestimate yourself. Ming Feng suddenly attacked and slapped the side of the incoming black saber with lightning speed, neutralizing the power of King North Ridge's slash. At the same time, Ming Feng took advantage of the situation and broke through the defense of King North Ridge, pressing down on the latter's chest. King North Ridge did not have time to retract his saber and could only punch in reverse against Ming Feng's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A chill surged into King North Ridge's body through his fist. A layer of frost spread along his arm and towards his body at a visible speed. King North Ridge shuddered and was shocked. Both parties merely exchanged a single blow and he was already severely injured. His bloodline and even his organs were showing signs of freezing into ice. King North Ridge spat out a mouthful of blood. The mouthful of blood splattered on the ground, emitting a cold aura that had long turned into blood-colored ice shards. In the Hell world, the bloodline of the ancient Nether race was supreme among their peers. The grotto heaven of King North Ridge was frozen by the bloodline phenomenon of another Nether king and could not be used. He had lost his greatest reliance. Against him, Ming Feng did not even have to release his grotto heaven. His physique and bloodline alone were enough to suppress King North Ridge. Ming Feng did not give King North Ridge a chance to catch his breath. He took a step forward and pushed his palm against the latter's chest. Crack! The chest of King North Ridge caved in deeply. When the cold chi entered his body, King North Ridge shuddered and could not control his body. He fell to the ground and his lips turned purplish as his body trembled continuously. All the kings and big shots of the North Ridge had conflicted expressions when they saw that. To think that the mighty King North Ridge who ruled over the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years would end up in such a sorry state today. Father! Tang Qing'er exclaimed. She wanted to charge forward recklessly, but Uncle Chen stopped her. Sigh. King North Ridge sighed internally, despondent and disheartened. The difference between them was way too great. With the edict of the Hell Lord, almost no Hell King expert under his lead dared to stand with him. Furthermore, he could not defend against the kings of the ancient Nether race at all. Today, his fate was already decided. Since Hell Lord Frost Springs wanted him dead, there was no way Hell Lord Frost Springs would give him any chance. King North Ridge turned to look at his descendants behind him. Finally, his gaze landed on Tang Qing'er and a trace of hope flashed through his heart. Shintuing, to begin with, Qing'er should have married into the South Forest after today. She's no longer a part of our Tang family in the North Ridge. King North Ridge looked at the young master of the South Forest and said softly, on account of your past relationship with her, please take in Qing'er. What did you say? Before King North Ridge could finish, the young master of the South Forest interrupted him hurriedly. With a disgusted expression, he waved his hand and said, there's no past relationship between me and Tang Qing'er. We're just acquaintances. You. King North Ridge was enraged and glared angrily. The young master of the South Forest looked at Ming Feng's side with a wary expression, afraid that he would be implicated by King North Ridge. He scolded hurriedly, old thing, shut up. You're truly devious. To think that you would want to drag the South Forest into the water even before you die. Tang Qing'er glared at the young master of the South Forest coldly with an indifferent gaze, as though she was looking at a stranger. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Ming Feng could not help but laugh and clap. King North Ridge, take a look. Even if I'm willing to let the Tang family off, no one will dare to take you in. The young master of the South Forest swept his gaze and suddenly caught sight of the martial Dao Prime body who was still sitting in his seat calmly. He said hurriedly as though he was trying to take credit, Lord Ming Feng, I'd like to report something to you. Oh? Ming Feng raised his brow. The young master of the South Forest pointed to the martial Dao Prime body not far away. Lord, please take a look. That purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask isn't someone from Frost Springs Hell. He once said that he came from the heavenly world of the medium Kiliacosm. The medium Kiliacosm? Ming Feng frowned. How is that possible? However, after his spirit consciousness swept past the martial Dao Prime body, he quickly discovered that the latter indeed exuded the aura of a living person. Tang Qing'er glared at the young master of the South Forest and said in a deep voice, today is a calamity for the Tang family of the North Ridge. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal has not joined the North Ridge. Shintuing, don't implicate the innocent. Tang Qing'er knew that she would not be able to escape death today. However, she was the one who invited the martial Dao Prime body over. If he was implicated, it would truly be an undeserved calamity. Tisk, tisk. The young master of the South Forest pouted his lips and said in a strange manner, you're actually so nervous and are starting to defend him? I've long noticed that you're a slut with a licentious nature. Lord Mingfeng, as you can see, I truly don't have much of a relationship with this slut. In order to sever ties with Tang Qing'er, the young master of the South Forest even resorted to filthy language. The young master of the South Forest continued, Tang Qing'er knew that he was from the heavenly world, but she still took him in. It's clear that the Tang family of North Ridge has been disloyal for a long time. Tang Qing'er's intentions were clearly to attain personal growth. However, Mingfeng nodded in satisfaction. In that case, it's not unjust for us to destroy the Tang family of the North Ridge. How wise. The young master of the South Forest flattered and continued, also, this person killed a nether general in Corpse Mountain Ridge the moment he arrived at Frost Springs Hell. When he heard that, the territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge's expression changed and he asked, he was the one who killed Nether General North Black? That's right. The young master of the South Forest nodded hurriedly. I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, after he killed Nether General North Black, Tang Qing'er even wanted to take the initiative to cover up the matter. At that time, I argued using logic that an outsider shouldn't be able to massacre living beings of our Frost Springs Hell casually. Furthermore, it was a noble being of the ancient Nether race at that. However, that slut, Tang Qing'er, refused to listen and insisted on protecting that person. The young master of the South Forest tried his best to put on a performance and described everything in a fake manner, getting himself out cleanly. Suddenly, Mingfeng laughed and shifted his gaze to the martial Dao prime body, saying coldly, an outsider who's been hiding the entire time actually dares to kill someone from the ancient Nether race? You sure are bold. The martial Dao prime body ignored Mingfeng and merely drank the wine in his hands in one gulp before putting down the wine glass and saying indifferently, so what if I killed him? What can you do to me? Chapter 2652, 2652 Exhalation into a Sword. 2652 Exhalation into a Sword. Huh. Mingfeng was stunned when the martial Dao prime body said that. He had lived for so long but he had never seen someone so tactless. Given the current situation, even King North Ridge had to bow down and resign to his fate, allowing them to slaughter and exterminate his entire family. Yet, this outsider dared to provoke him? Mingfeng was stunned for a moment before laughing uncontrollably. Initially, the hall fell into a strange silence. Thereafter, an even more chaotic commotion broke out. The kings and big shots of the various factions looked at the martial Dao prime body as though they were looking at a dead man. That person is way too arrogant. He's pretending to be calm before his death. He must have peed his pants down there. He's just putting on a tough front since he knows he's going to die. That's right. As an outsider who killed someone from the ancient Nether race, how can he survive? Sigh. Tang Qing'er looked at the martial Dao prime body helplessly and sighed. Initially, she wanted to not involve the martial Dao prime body. However, the words of the martial Dao prime body were akin to pitting himself against Mingfeng. No matter what she said, there was no way these experts of the ancient Nether race would let the martial Dao prime body off. Ha ha ha. The young master of the South Forest pointed at the martial Dao prime body and burst into laughter. Lord Mingfeng, did you see how arrogant that person was? How dare this fellow rebut in front of you lords? It's fine if he doesn't kneel down and beg for mercy, but he's even sitting there drinking. He's not taking you guys seriously at all. The young master of the South Forest became inexplicably excited and shouted when he saw how tactless the martial Dao prime body was. He was not wrong about one thing. Indeed, the martial Dao prime body did not take Mingfeng and the others seriously. To be precise, the martial Dao prime body could ignore all the experts in the main hall of the North Ridge Palace. The young master of the South Forest continued, Hey, desolate marshal? Didn't you say that you prepared a congratulatory gift for King North Ridge? Take it out for us to take a look. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't take it out now, you won't have the chance later on. Oh. Just as Ming Feng was about to attack, he revealed an interested expression and smiled mockingly. What congratulatory gift did you prepare? Take it out and let me broaden my horizons as well. This birthday banquet was about to turn into an annihilation funeral for the Tang family of the North Ridge. No matter what congratulatory gift the martial Dao Prime Body brought out, it would be a joke in the eyes of everyone and he would only be humiliating himself. My congratulatory gift only contains a single sentence. The martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently, the Tang family of the North Ridge is under my protection. Everyone in the hall could not believe their ears as they looked at the martial Dao Prime Body who was still sitting at the table in disbelief. What gibberish did this person just say? I didn't hear him clearly. I think he said that the Tang family of the North Ridge is under his protection. He must have drunk too much and is now delirious. Discussions broke out in the main hall of the North Ridge Palace. Tang Qing'er looked at the martial Dao Prime Body in a daze, just like the first time she knew him. Although those words sounded ridiculous, for some unknown reason, Tang Qing'er suddenly felt an incomparably powerful will coming from the martial Dao Prime Body. It was as though every single word spoken by the martial Dao Prime Body carried immense weight. King North Ridge sat limply on the ground. At that moment, he turned around as well and looked at the young man he had once reprimanded with a lost expression. Could he have judged wrongly? Could this outsider of the heavenly world truly be able to save the Tang family? That thought flashed through his mind, but King North Ridge quickly denied it. That was impossible. Although he could not tell the cultivation realm of the martial Dao Prime Body, this young man was less than 10,000 years old. Even if he was extremely talented and cultivated to the level of a Hell King, so what? Could this young man be stronger than him? If even he could not defeat the experts of the ancient Nether race, what could this young man do? This lad was probably too young and inexperienced. He must not have suffered any setbacks in the heavenly world, and that was the reason why he was arrogant and conceited. However, King North Ridge could no longer be bothered to reprimand the martial Dao Prime Body. In his opinion, the martial Dao Prime Body would most likely die even before him given his repeated provocations towards the ancient Nether race. Suddenly, King North Ridge laughed self-deprecatingly. For a moment, he actually fantasized about relying on this young man who was less than 10,000 years old to protect the Tang family. It was truly ridiculous. Lord Ming Feng, did you guys hear that? It was only then that the young master of the South Forest reacted and said hurriedly, this person declared that he wanted to protect the Tang family of the North Ridge. He's openly going against all of you. Ming Feng waved it off casually. He's just an ant. Kill him. The Nether King who had just exchanged blows with King North Ridge arrived before the martial Dao Prime Body in a flash and slapped the top of the latter's head. That palm strike sealed almost all escape routes for the martial Dao Prime Body. Not only did the Nether King want to kill the martial Dao Prime Body, he wanted to do it instantly. That way, the might and methods of the ancient Nether race could be displayed. The martial Dao Prime Body did not stand up when he saw the towering palm of the Nether King expert descend. He merely lowered his head and remained seated motionlessly. The young master of the South Forest could not help but laugh. Are you scared out of your wits? At the side, Hell King South Essence analyzed calmly, although the methods of this Nether King seem simple, it's because he simplified everything. His aura is ferocious and invincible. Coupled with the blood chi of the ancient Nether race, he has already suppressed this person completely. It's not that he doesn't want to move, it's that he can't and can only watch helplessly as he's slapped to death. Tang Qing'er could not help but turn her head to avoid her gaze. She could no longer bear to continue watching. Back in Weeping Soul Ridge, she brought the martial Dao Prime Body back to the North Ridge out of curiosity and goodwill. To think that she would harm this person instead. In a flash, the Nether King expert's palm descended and was less than a foot away from the head of the Martial Dao Prime Body. Right then, the Martial Dao Prime Body suddenly raised his eyes. 2 shuddering lights burst forth from his eyes as he exhaled. Scram! In that voice, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not use the secret skill of myriad being sound. Even so, with his powerful physique and bloodline, he still released an extremely violent impact. The Nether King shuddered and felt a sharp pain in his ears. His mind buzzed and his consciousness went blank for a moment. At the same time, Qi gathered in the mouth of the Martial Dao Prime Body and formed a sword. A white light tore through the air and entered the glabella of the Nether King instantly. Initially, this was the most common method of immortality cultivation, exhaling air to form a sword. As long as the other party was prepared, such methods posed no threat to cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, the might of the sword Qi spat out by the powerful lungs of the Martial Dao Prime Body was unparalleled and could even penetrate the Nether King's body. Coupled with the powerful sound domain impact, the Nether King was momentarily dazed and could not dodge at all. Before he could regain consciousness, his essence spirit was pierced by the sword Qi spat out by the Martial Dao Prime Body and he died on the spot. Chapter 2653, 2653 Killing Nether Kings like slaying dogs. 2653 Killing Nether Kings like slaying dogs. Thud. The figure of the Nether King smashed heavily onto the ground and rolled down the steps. His eyes were widened and he had a lost expression, unable to rest in peace. Even till his death, the Nether King did not know how he was killed. The clamor in the surroundings vanished instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at everything in disbelief. Suddenly, the main hall of the North Ridge Palace turned so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Initially, Tang Qing'er avoided her gaze and could not bear to watch. However, when she heard the roar of the Martial Dao Prime Body followed by the fall of someone, the hall went silent. Everything was over. Sighing internally, Tang Qing'er turned around and her mouth was agape. Everything before her was completely different from what she had imagined. The Martial Dao Prime Body was still sitting far away without moving. In fact, he did not even get up and was safe and sound. Instead, the Nether King expert who had just attacked laid on his back below. His glabella was pierced and fresh blood flowed, he was no longer alive. Well. Tang Qing'er was dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. Uncle Chen, what just happened? Tang Qing'er could not help but ask. Uncle Chen glared at the back of the Martial Dao Prime Body with a shocked expression as though he had seen a ghost. After hesitating for a moment, he murmured, "He, that Nether King seemed to have died from a single breath of air from him." Tang Qing'er was dumbfounded. The Nether King expert was killed by a single breath of air from Desolate Martial? Even Uncle Chen found it unbelievable when he said it himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. King Northridge looked at the Nether King expert who fell not far away from him and gulped. The way he looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body gradually changed. At that moment, he realized how terrifying the young man he had reprimanded a few days ago was. Of course, King Northridge did not think that Desolate Martial had the ability to fight against Ming Feng and the others. After all, Desolate Martial was alone while there were more than 10 Nether King experts on Ming Feng's side. Ming Feng had even integrated the 10 Great Hell Ridges. There were thousands of Hell King experts in the 10 Great Hell Ridges alone. How could a single person fight against such a tremendous power? Strictly speaking, the Nether King died aggrievedly. As a Nether King expert, he was killed mercilessly by Desolate Martial before he could even release his strongest methods such as the Grotto Heaven and the Hellfrost Springs bloodline phenomenon. Once Ming Feng and the others were on guard, they would not give the young man any chance. At that thought, King Northridge suddenly said, "Desolate Marshal, leave this place quickly with Qing'er and some of the Tang family's bloodline. Don't worry about me." It was impossible for him to protect everyone from the Tang family. It was already extremely fortunate as long as the Tang family's bloodline could be preserved. "You want to leave after killing a nether king of our ancient nether race?" Ming Feng's expression was dark as he said coldly, "Let me tell you, the void around the main hall has long been sealed by us. No one from the Tang family of the North Ridge will be able to leave alive today." The moment he said that, more than 10 nether kings stood out at the same time and stood in midair, surrounding the Martial Dao Prime body. They were just waiting for Ming Feng to give the order to kill. The Martial Dao Prime body stood up slowly. Ming Feng could not see the expression of the Martial Dao Prime body. However, through the deep and calm eyes of the latter, he suddenly realized that this person might not have any intention of leaving. Suddenly, Ming Feng felt uneasy. However, he took a deep breath and composed himself rapidly, saying coldly, "Everyone, there's no need to hold back. Kill him." Boom! The moment he said that, the Martial Dao Prime body stomped on the ground and leaped into the air at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, he arrived before a nether king and punched. There were no fancy moves or feints, it was just a direct punch. Although it seemed simple, it contained the will and technique of the Martial Dao, it was unparalleled. In the heavenly world, Desolate Marshal's fist had once caused immense psychological trauma to the Immortal King experts of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss. That power could be said to be apocalyptic and unstoppable, clearing all gods and fiends in its way. Divine weapons, dermic treasures and minor and major grotto heavens would all be shattered. And now, the living beings in hell would also be able to sense the fist of the Martial Dao Prime body, the will of the Martial Dao and the ferocious and invincible burst power. The Nether King expert had a shocked expression. He was about to suffocate after being punched by the Martial Dao Prime body, and the ancient Nether bloodline in his body became sluggish and difficult to activate. Bang! Under countless gazes, a Nether King expert was punched into a blood mist by the Martial Dao Prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed. It was way too tragic. At the very least, the previous Nether King died with a full corpse. This Nether King was ruptured by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body without a corpse left. The Martial Dao Prime body did not stop and shifted once more. Arriving before another Nether King, he threw another punch without another word. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the Nether King expert had already snapped out of his stupor from the scene earlier on. He hurriedly raised his arms and circulated his blood chi in a defensive posture. Bang! The Nether King expert vanished. There was only a blood mist left where he was. Another Nether King expert was ruptured and his essence spirit was destroyed. Swoosh! In a flash, the Martial Dao Prime body arrived before the third Nether King. The Nether King had a grim expression and had already summoned his Grotto Heaven Spirit treasure in advance. It was a gigantic black shield that was filled with spikes that shone coldly. The person's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he saw the Martial Dao Prime body descend, he used the black shield in front of him and curled up, hiding behind it. The Martial Dao Prime body did not dodge. As though he could not see the Grotto Heaven Spirit treasure of the Nether King, he continued punching towards the black shield. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the black shield was pierced by a punch from the Martial Dao Prime body. After the punch of the Martial Dao Prime body penetrated the black shield, the remaining strength that was not exhausted shattered the Nether King expert who was hiding at the back, killing him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the Martial Dao Prime body killed 3 Nether Kings with 3 punches. It was direct and violent. Those were clean kills. Decisive to kill. The kings and big shots in the main hall were shocked. The ancient Nether race was known for their strong blood chi and physique. Their melee combat strength was almost invincible among their peers. To think that the three Nether King experts would be as weak as ants and shrimps in the face of the purple-robed man. Even the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure was penetrated by a single punch from the purple-robed man like paper. The three Nether Kings were only equivalent to ordinary minor Grotto Heaven immortal kings in the heavenly world. Given the perfected true martial Dao body of the martial Dao prime body, he could penetrate their minor Grotto Heaven without even using his blood chi, let alone a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure. The impact on everyone present was way too great. The martial Dao prime body was like a peerless god of death, punching the Nether Kings one after another in an invincible manner. The lives of the initially noble and powerful Nether Kings were worthless at the moment. He killed the Nether Kings like he was slaying dogs. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.